You guys up and smiling?
Yes, sir.
Lovely brothers. So hello to everybody, or to those of you that are catching this in the stream. We'll probably have people rocking up in the next couple of minutes. So much love to you all. Hope you're having an absolutely fabulous day, and hope this week is bringing joy to you. It has been a powerful and consequential week. The 12-12 brought some incredible alignments, some incredible solar activity, which is just well, it's not relenting. It's just amping it up. I've been noticing, staring at the sun every morning, that it's just been like, wow, I can only watch the sun up to that point. Normally I can watch the sun a lot more comfortably, and I'm like very conscious of how sensitive my eyes are to the light. Hello and welcome to those of you joining the studio. Welcome. Hope you're all having an absolutely awesome day, awesome time. So much love to you. And I've got two guests here with me that I'm going to introduce. I'll introduce them in the order that they are in, which is the order they got you, I'm guessing. We've got Dr. K from what's wrong? Kiana Codes. Sorry, my brain's a bit addled. I've been running after my boy, checking the animals are all sorted. And Dr. K is a wonderful decoder and a mathematician, but an occult mathematician, geomatra, following various different forms of number codes, as well as obviously the cosmology and the philosophy and the occult psychology and everything else that goes along with it, with an interesting life story and a background, even in the church training, which can't hurt, good old fashioned grounding. Wonderful brother, wonderful thinker, grounded intelligence, and so on it. I'm going to give him a chance to introduce himself after a minute. We've also got Quinty here. Quinty is a philosopher, also a profound thinker, and steeped in Christian mysteries. So a Christian mystic, if you will. Also very deeply ingrained in the Chemian mysteries, as of course is Kalal. So the matters of Chem and ancient Egypt. Quinty is also very deeply fascinated and drawn to the mysteries and knowledgeable as well of the Greek stories, the Greek opera, the pantomime, as I like to call it, of mythology. Beautiful, rich mythological history that there is. And we've got these two brothers here with us. They're going to be starting us off. I'd love to give them both an opportunity to introduce themselves. Dr. K.
Well, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Franklin. Love, peace, and power to you. Love, peace, and power to Quinty. Happy to see you. Happy you were able to join us. Love, peace, and power to everybody in the chat. Happy Saturn Day. This is another wonderful topic. I truly can't wait to get into. I imagine, like always, it's going to take us all over the spectrum. So let's do it.
And Quinty, brother.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the introduction. I'm glad to be here with you and Dr. K. I'm excited for this topic. It's a really interesting topic, so let's get into it. And glad to be here. Glad to see everybody. It's cold over here, so I got a blanket.
It's warm over here. It's like, well, the weather is deceiving. Today is quite warm, but it has been strange weather. Weather isn't what it used to be. Let's just put it that way. And we definitely think there's some change happening in the vaporization of the canopy. And I think the canopy's vapor does change from time to time, though we've had a very strange summer here in Cape Town, southern tip of Africa. And it's just getting stranger and stranger. The sun's intensity this morning blew me away. I was like, wow, it's more intense than it was yesterday. That's not possible. But it is, and it was, and it will be. So we're going to be starting the discussion today. I've just got to read what it is that I don't get it wrong. Sorry. So it's love, compassion, acceptance, peacefulness, joyfulness, and gratefulness. Those qualities that are fundamental to the spiritual path, to the grounding of the energies, to the formation of the spiritual bodies, and to the equilibrium of mind that brings the emotion into context where it can become an agent of healing and bring the resonance of reason into the sphere of feeling in order for the harmony of bliss to find a place within one's heart. Such a fundamental number of attributes that one often overlooks when one is looking into the mystical and spiritual sciences, as they can be called, or the occult arts. And I think that today's discussion is really going to drop the hammer on the spiritual path as a whole, because this is really the proverbial meat and potatoes of the story, if you will, said by a vegetarian. But jokes aside, I've always been talking about a number of these qualities. I think for me, gratefulness is probably the one that I've been focusing on the most of late. And I imagine that we take one at a particular phase of our life and we really give it preeminence, although we need to give them all a place on the proverbial stage of life within our hearts, so that our hearts can find the knowledge that is bound by the 6 points of the 6 red star, or the 6 outer manifestational directions of the cube, or the elements of the Merkaba, however you want to look at this. Those 6 factors seem to be fundamental. And obviously there's more to it than this, because each one of them expands into a number of attributes if one really considers it. Like one thinks about compassion. Compassion encompasses empathy. It also encompasses willingness to listen, which is the substance of understanding. So a lot of these topics all feed into each other. Oh, and we've just had one more brother arriving. We have the mystic Ronan here. Ronan is a wonderful decoder and shamanically inspired by nature. So we definitely bounce on that. Blessed be, brother. Thank you all for joining us today. What an honor to have such a wonderful group to kick the ball out into the proverbial depths of consciousness and space of mind. Ronan is a wonderful slight tinfoil hat wearer at times, spiritual philosophy wearer. He's also big into the numbers of money and how the financial system can be utilized, and obviously the cycles of time that cycle back through all aspects of our reality and money. So he's a guy to ask about all sorts of crypto matters as well. And also a father, as we all are here, basically grounded people, simple people, not up there in outer space, down here on the ground, simple blokes with a few good ideas, hopefully, to share with you guys. Ronan, do please introduce yourself, and then whoever wants to kick the ball out, the ball's in place. So much love to you all.
Oh, gratitude, man. It's 1111 here, and so much power. Forgive my tardiness. Massive love to you, Franklin. I caught. I didn't finish just yet, but I caught you were discussing with Ian on his channel. So after this, I'll have to catch up with that. So that's really beautiful for that, and massive love to Kalel. Incredible, powerful being, and truly blessed to be among you guys. And shout out to Quinty. I thought it was Quincy. Forgive me, my friend, if I, but yeah, Quinty. Good to see you, my friend. Massive love to the chat, and yeah, man, I'm it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Those dragons are definitely growing. Hey? That's a dragon behind you that I'm seeing over your shoulder. There's definitely a development happening there on that wall. Hey, wow.
It's a phoenix.
Brother, you've got to come to Cape Town sometime and do my wall.
Everything's a canvas, man. Everything's a canvas. And it's a little easier on the walls, and then you could always just paint over it and start over, but it could grow. This could grow to the whole house, perhaps. But I haven't been feeling like painting lately, but yeah, these are phoenixes above, and duality, and then walk the middle path. But yeah, thank you, man. It's just I feel like we're all creators, and just tap into that and create. I don't care what it is, music, and always put in spirit, and always put in love. And you can never, that's how you find your path. Is your path in love? Are you operating in love? Are your words and decisions and actions in love? That's how you know, that's how you would, like I said, like you can adjust your compass if you're not sure, ask oneself, am I operating in love? And I always turn things internal. And instead of saying, I can't believe you, Frank, like you're making me feel, no. It's all love here, it's all internal, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man, I love to give love and I love to receive love and I love to operate in love. And I think when you boil everything down, that's really, there's so many books and scholars and philosophers and volumes and volumes of wisdom. But I think you can just boil it all down. The wisdom of love is probably the most important wisdom of all, in my opinion. And that's the main reason why we're here. Even if you observe nature, you observe everything, it's all about that's what it's all about. So I think the topic today is beautiful, and I hope to learn and share. I'm the forever student and teacher, etc. So yeah, thank you.
Like the way you took the bull by the horns there, straight into the pool of love, dived straight into the depths, and you're totally right. Let me know if my voice is too soft, too loud, too distorted, too anything.
I think you sound fabulous.
Okay, thanks. I'm just checking. I've learned to check because I've had that before where the whole show goes, I'm like, nobody told me I was sounding like I'm talking from the back of a truck with the engine on.
Franklin, I've done whole shows and never even turned on the record button before. I'm like, well, that was fun. It was just me by myself talking to myself, which is hilarious. And I'm like, I just did an hour by myself talking the most brilliant message you can think of, and I never hit the record button.
Sounds like something I would do, actually. I'm lucky I haven't done it. God, I'm so lucky now that I think about it. I could have done much worse because I'm not really the most technologically minded person. And diving straight into love, of course, harmonic resonance brings Indy out of the cracks. And Indy brother is a love brother. He works with the shadow, bringing out the depths of the persona and the depths of our ego in order to clear out our past bondages and bring ourselves into an acceptance of love so we can receive and share love more adequately. You could say it's the entire path of his work that he does, because he's a shadow worker, also an anthropologist, so he's quite well learned as well. He's a wonderful brother, very down to earth, very humble, very much like all the rest of you guys. Like I just feel so honored to have such a wonderfully amazing, better turn that off, such an amazing group of people gathered here, and so much love. Do please introduce yourself, brother.
Many thanks for the wonderful introduction, Franklin. And this is going to be a lovely discussion today. There's so much power in love. I'm a proponent of the law of one, law being that love is the law of life, and it is the purveyor of all goodness. And some people say that there is no hate. It's just a lack of love in the world that shows its face sometimes. But when we fill our hearts with love, there's nothing we can't do. And for many of you who have struggled with inner turmoil in your life and not had that self-love, shadow work is a real way to self-mastery, and one can only lead one to the door. It's a way that one does it for themselves, and it starts with self-forgiveness. And a lot of times we don't realize that we blame ourselves or hold ourselves responsible for things because it's easier for us to blame others for our issues. And when we can stop doing that and start to look within, that's when that self-forgiveness can become starting to blossom in the heart. And after that, it's a progress of baby steps, overcoming triggers, and overcoming trauma sometimes for some individuals. And then once that has been integrated, one can come into self-love. And when one loves themselves, they say that only then can one love or truly love someone else.
Indy, I appreciate that, man. I always appreciate your energy. No matter what, I've never seen you be judgmental. I've always just noticed you accepting everyone and everything, who they are and where they are in their journey. And yeah, man, you're awesome, dude.
Many thanks, brother. Right back at you, man. I love being on shows with you, and it was nice being on your show too a couple times. And I'd love to get back on your show again sometime.
Absolutely, dude. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Friday nights were my dancing night, but I've been kind of a homebody right now in between jobs right now, so get some free time.
Dude, we'll have a dance show, brother. Yeah, go ahead, Carlos. Come, we'll dance. We'll just make a dude. Hippie night on the Ronin Experience. We're just gonna dance, and you can join in. Everyone join in.
I think that would be wonderful, Indy. Thank you for accepting my friend request on Facebook yesterday.
Yeah.
Is I don't care how this sounds to anybody. Like there's nothing like finding a nerd when it comes to a particular aspect, right? Nobody's a nerd about everything. And that's actually a question we can kind of get into a little bit deeper later when it comes to this idea of love and how deep does it truly go, because the ultimate love is understanding that everything is a reflection of you. And I mean everything, because if there's something that isn't a reflection of you or something that could possibly exist outside your energy field, then where did it come from? Right? Who programmed that to, oh, this cannot be you understand what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So this is where we have to go beyond logic, which is actually the weakest part of the intellect. Intuition is the highest. You begin to be obedient to your spirit, and it will lead you to whatever it is you actually want to know, or what parts of yourself you're truly ignorant about, right? You had this massive, massive article, all this research about spirituality and how it corresponded to culture. I thought it was magnificent. I look forward to delving into more of your works, and I can't wait for you to join us again. But I'm very, very happy that you are here today to help us. What you said was so true, so on the head, when it comes to the idea of love and what separates it, or what we think separates us. The triggers, the shadows, the anxiety, the angst, all of that it serves a function. Sometimes we forget because of the advent of what we like to call society, jobs, school, and culture and routine, things of this nature. We get so caught up in when something disrupts it, there's automatic triggers, there's automatic angst, there's automatic, oh my God, like, you have to deal with something you weren't planning on. This is showing you, it serves a function, it's showing you where your work is. It's so easy, and TV will program you, and movies will program you to just react a certain kind of way, as opposed to actually use your emotional intelligence, gauging where you are and asking the question. We don't have time for that. We have to do this because somebody's behind us in the line. We have to do this because this has to be done. Everything else becomes more important than yourself. And these are some of the questions that we have to ask. But this is why self-examination is so important.
Absolutely. That actually reminds me, I just did a process work with the Lucid app, which is a sobriety app. It helps each other hold each other accountable and show gratitude for our progress. And we do like a daily gratitude journal there. But they had a thing. They do these little exercises, and there was an exercise 2 days ago of making 5 of your biggest problems and then come up with 5 solutions, and reconsider them as not problems but challenges, and not solutions but opportunities. And so I ended up doing that process last night. But it's good to reflect on yourself and give yourself that time to ponder maybe some coping mechanisms that could be improved upon, or some coping mechanisms that are toxic that need to be purged, different things. But being able to take time and pause and learn to know yourself and understand where you're at and where you're trying to go is very powerful. And it's a thing where a lot of people don't feel there's an impetus in our society to have that, to take that time for ourselves. But one thing that's kind of common is like writing a journal. That's well known. That's talked about a lot. And I know that writing a journal can be very helpful. So a gratitude journal can also be extremely helpful as well. And that's helpful for me. But reflecting on my problems and solutions was a good exercise for me. And I think that could help a lot of people. And at first I wrote down 5 of my challenges, and then I couldn't really think of any opportunities. I was thinking like the only opportunity, the only solution is somebody else coming into my life and fixing those problems. And then I reconsidered, and I came up with other opportunities that I can do for myself, and I open the doors for people to come into my life.
Indy, you guys, I love what you guys are talking about right now, because I'm going to say something that I bet we can all relate to at certain points. I've definitely been in positions when when looking at back now, is that the cause was me not loving myself. I've made my own hell, if you will. I'm a loser. No one's gonna love me, and this types of things, and those coping mechanisms, let's just say, we're not of the healthy flavor. You know what I mean? I want to turn these things off, and it's all, when it boils down to, is not knowing myself and not loving myself, not valuing myself. And of course, no one's gonna, are you gonna love me? You know what I mean? I'm walking around like a scared Rottweiler, who's hurt, and you try and pet me, I might snap at you and bite your hand off. You know what I mean? When I'm really in pain. Fear biting. Really, among dogs, a lot of times it's fear biting. And of course, you can look at fear and love as almost direct opposites. So that's beautiful, man. And I really came into, and this power is still unleashing now. I really came into massive power years ago when I was just like, I am who I am. I love myself. Even to the point, like, I've had to go real extra to where I go, like, I'm awesome. I'm awesome as F. You know what I mean? I'm amazing, and I love myself. And then it was like just unlocked so much power, so much fearlessness. Khalil has mentioned before about how he recognizes how I'm just unapologetically myself, my genuine self, and I always want to try and be that way. There's still untapped, there's lots of untapped depths there. You know what I mean? And it's really just loving oneself. And now now I'm around all you lovey-dovey, all you love birds that are sharing love with me now. Years ago, maybe I would be like, I'm out of here. Can't, you know what I mean? Because that wouldn't be your problem. That would be problems that I was dealing with, right? So truly beautiful. I love how we're in this space now. We're all in love, and I can receive it. I can give it now. And thank you. I just wanted to chime in on that, man.
Thank you.
Such beautiful sentiments being shared here, totally touching and inspiring, and so on point. I love the analogy with the dogs. So true, And when you think about dogs, they're actually an incredibly loving bunch of animals. Like, there are few animals that are more loving than dogs. They will sacrifice themselves for you. They will love you no matter what. They will, you I remember there was a neighbor who used to hit his dog, and he used to really wind me up. I used to like get really annoyed, but that dog loved him. I was like, bloody hell, how does that work? Like, you come out there, you shout at your dog, you give a dog a clap, and the dog still loves you. Like, what the hell? And obviously that was my judgment, but also I think, like, you shouldn't hit a dog because, well, obvious reasons, you will get bitten sooner or later. I think that's how the world works, as well as, the poor dog is going to end up, mentally malfunctioning, maybe with other people even. So it's not healthy, poor animal. But I'm looking at this pyramid of words, and I just chose it because of the way it sounded, I'll be honest. When I'm looking at it now, I'm seeing actually love is the end of the story. The end of the story, not the end, but the beginning of the end, or the end of the beginning. I don't know how you want to put that, but something along those lines. And to all of you out there that are coming in and joining in, smash a like button, start sharing this out there. I think the conversation is going to hot up. We've got Moonfeather coming a little later. We've got Ramar. She said she'll be a bit late. We might even be graced by Petra. She's very busy, but she said she'll love to pop in when she can. So we've also got a couple of other people that are lined up to be here. Gabriel said he was going to make a point of popping in at some point, I believe. So although it's hard to say, he's a man of few words. But yeah, we do have a wonderful discussion yet to come. So for those of you out there, put this out there. I'm sure you're going to find a lot of people are going to maybe get something out of this. Well, where I wanted to really bend this conversation back upon itself, back into the beginning, is I see a pyramid, and it starts with gratefulness. It starts with being grateful for what you've got, grateful for the good things in life, grateful for the suffering that has taught you lessons, grateful for the people that are there for you, grateful for the people that have prostituted themselves spiritually in order to teach us lessons. Grateful for the resources, grateful for the sun, grateful for all the animals that are out there to entertain us, like little choirs of birds, and the trees and the plants that whisper in the wind, and the wind that speaks with its own voice, and the water that moves, bringing the patterns of the geometry of being, so that the eyes can behold, and splitting the rays of light. Like I noticed this morning, I was watching the water. I'm always watching the sea with the sun. And I saw Mercury. I saw the ray of Mercury. And I saw the ray of the moon. And I thought, wow, is there a conjunction between Mercury and the moon? Any of you know? Do let me know. I wonder what's going on with Mercury and the moon. Because the sea was telling me about Mercury and the moon. Water is such an incredibly beautiful, the sea tells you so much if you just look at her, let the light bounce off the water and tell you what's going on. And so, yeah, gratefulness leads to joyfulness, because when we're grateful, we start to become happy. You're like, wow, I didn't realize I had all of this. I've got so much to be joyful about. I thought my life was hard, and then I realized, actually, that's really good. My life's really lucky. I'm okay. It's the first step, I think, to generating that positive psychic spiritual charge that's going to take us towards the journey of love. And the joyfulness makes us become like little children, and children are naturally peaceful. And so the peacefulness is a correspondence and a reaction to the joyfulness, because the joyfulness leads straight into the peacefulness. And the peacefulness then becomes a state of equanimity. And through the equanimity of the peace, which is powered by the joy, we are able to reach into the point of acceptance, because we no longer have to have the war within our psyche, within ourselves, of left and right, up and down, forward and back, because the peacefulness has negated any of those polarities from trying to take dominance. So the acceptance can move through the middle path. And with the acceptance, we move straight through the process of empathy into compassion, because we start to look around at the people around us, the things that would have brought us negative emotions or negative thoughts. We start to look at those through new eyes, without the war in our heads, and the acceptance powered by the peace, powered by the joy, powered by the gratefulness, moving into the compassion, which is basically when we empathize with them and realize that these people are suffering in the same way that we've suffered in our lives. And we start to resonate with these people And so the empathy opens us up to the compassion. And the moment the compassion's flowing, well, compassion, I think, is just another word for love, because we start to relate to that person's journey and start noticing how that person's journey and my journey are very similar. That we're having one journey, essentially, just two separate versions of that journey. And so the love is what is bonding that journey and constituting the parts of that journey and causing you and me to be separate beings of one body of love. So I like the way this pyramid sort of forms backwards, inverted. That's not by design. That was just accidentally the way it just is. Peacefulness, joyfulness, and gratefulness seems to be poetic. So the right hand and the left hand don't always see what they're up to, what each other is up to. I think that's sometimes for me the way things work best. I tend to want to just evoke what seems poetic and natural. It's the way the music seems to want to flow through me. But I do think that it starts with the point of gratefulness. And I think that we've been taught not to be grateful. I think we've been taught expectations. We've been taught in life and in school and through the media and through Hollywood. And I'm sure there are a couple of you are going to have a lot to say about Hollywood, the media, and the teaching mechanisms of school. And, hey, teacher, leave those kids alone, bricks in the wall and all of that. They've really taught us about the bottom line, about getting more, about being competitive, about wanting more, wanting more, wanting more. And so that sort of takes us away from acceptance, and it breaks acceptance. And by breaking acceptance, it puts us back to challenge the peace. And so the peace becomes a war in our heads. And the war in our heads becomes a determination of who's better, me or you, who's achieving more, you or me, how can I achieve more? What can I get out of this? And so we're taught to think about number one instead of number three, because there's one and there's number two, and number three is the two of us together. So when we're thinking about number three, we're thinking about all of us in a metaphor, in a sense, I believe. And so I think that we've really been taught this tunnel vision that has become a real disease of psychology that we're all suffering from. And I think it brings us right back to the point of challenging our own joy. And then we start to become judgmental. We say, my joy is not enough. I need a better car. I need more friends. I need more success. I need more money. I need more prestige. I need more praise. I need more whatever. You know, we've always got 100 million things that make us tick backstage in the regress of our consciousness where the shadow lives, trying to wind us up like little wind-up soldiers to go out and fight the proverbial war of life as we've been taught it in our schools and in our Hollywood productions. But I'd love to leave it at that and let you guys jump on, because I'm sure you guys are going to have some things to say about this. But I do think that gratefulness is the one element that's been robbed of us. I don't know. I'd love to see what you guys think about that.
I know Mercury and the moon are similarly sized to one another, pretty close. And Io is the closest size to the moon. But I know that the Mercury and moon conjunction can lead to abundance and have someone be seen in a better light, whether that's occupationally, socially, or romantically. It can improve your reputation, the way people see you, and your status. But interestingly, to the moon, Mercury is a friend, but to Mercury, the moon is an enemy. So it makes sense that water would be intimidating to fire. So that's all I got on that for now, but I'm still looking into it.
There's a lot you just said, Franklin, and this is going to begin to bring us into the meat of the matters. When it comes to the media, there's a movie we were talking about last night that would be a perfect example. A movie called Leave the World Behind. It is the epitome of predictive programming, but it's counting on your shadows. It's not counting on your love, because see, love is something you can't truly factor in, because if you bring love into the equation, you're going to lose every time. So that aspect has to be dulled. It has to be removed. It has to be desensitized. It has to be buried on top of all these lives that everybody around you thinks is important. So I recommended that movie as a way for people to look and be able to identify your own triggers, not only your own triggers, but the triggers of those around you. Life has gotten to a point where, you know, if you, let's say, for example, you drive, I drive, right? If you drive, most real drivers know that the number one thing you have to worry about is not your own driving, it's others. So you have to watch other people driving, right? Especially if you have people in the car, family in the car, children in the car, right? Life is no different. Walking around is just as combustible, just as vicious, just as deadly as driving a car. Now, when you think about that from an emotional standpoint, this is where the work comes in. This is where you have to journal, right? Why do we have newspapers? Newspapers come out and go out in every direction, north, east, west, and south, every day to tell you something, right? Why is that important? Because you need to know how to move and how to navigate in the world. If you look through the lens of emotional, if you look through the lens of love, none of that would matter. Think about that. Who benefits from the division of people? Who benefits from you automatically assuming a certain perspective? 9 times out of 10, it's not you. So if we don't journal, if we don't become important enough to write our own stories about ourselves, you see, then there's an automatic windfall of loss. And this is the chaos that we see in the world.
That's so true, brother. Words of wisdom right there. And I like the way you put it, that love just basically ends the game. Like, there is no game. When love is in the room, there's no room for anything else, because love becomes the embodiment of all other things that are of the living. And I've often played with the idea of love and life as liber, as lover, libera, that which rules over relationships, and the masculine pole of Venus's expression of love seems to me to be one and the same. So when we're speaking about love, we may as well be speaking about life, because love is the harmonic tune of life, as I like to consider it. And the harmonic tune of life is the substance of love. And so you could think that everything within life is expressed within love. For love expresses all things that are the structure of life. And I also consider the word lobe. Lobe is an earlobe. And that might be a bit of an obtuse concept. But if you look at the Buddhist cosmology, they put so much importance into these earlobes. Hello, Mama. And hello, all of you. You guys are totally awesome and super amazing. And totally great to have you all here, bringing this wonderful energy and bringing the balance to this, so that we're able to find this true beauty in this life. And I think that lobe, as it relates to the earlobe, as it relates to love, I always think of love as being, you're always ready to listen. My dad taught me this. He was a great talker in terms of, he would talk your ear off, literally. But he had time for everybody. There was nobody's problems that he didn't have time to listen to. And I think that's what sort of characterizes love. If someone comes to you and they've got a problem, you might not have the solution, but you're going to hear them out. And you're going to feel that compassion, that empathy in your heart. And we've been taught to sort of close ourselves off from the world and to be sort of caught up in our own lives. And it's so easy to walk past a homeless person on the street. It's so easy. I've caught myself doing it, man. And to have so much on your mind that you don't even notice. And you have to stop yourself and go, hold on. Has that person eaten something? Like, what's going on? Take a look at them. Study them carefully. Are they actually hungry? Are they looking for a bottle of whiskey? Or are they looking for something to eat? And to really delve into someone and try and feel with your heart, what are they looking for? And hell, if you've got enough money, get them a bottle of whiskey. So if that's if that might be what they need to change their consciousness, because you cannot imagine what it must be like for the people living in the cold, without money, without much clothes or blankets. Maybe that keeps them warm at night. Who are we to judge? But it's so easy to forget. And I learned that from my dad. Like, people used to look down on my dad because he would stop and speak to everybody. And the bum on the street, I use the word bum loosely because they're trying to bum money off you. My dad would have as much time for that person as he would for the important person. The mayor or whoever else was, everybody else was looking up to, hanging on their coattails. To my dad, they were the same. And I think that's what the lobe of the ear. And so the word B and V are readily interchangeable in Old Greek, Old Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew, of course, Sanskrit, all the old languages. It seems to be a thing, B and V, literally. So when you see the word lobe and the word love, I think there's some connection between the ear and the way in which the ear is the structure of sound, or carries the structure of sound, and that sound is the emanation that brings light, consciousness into being. So there seems to be a connection between the earlobe and the love, and why you'll see so many of these diagrams in Tibet and Nepal and parts of China with these Buddhist yogis, if I should call them that, with these long earlobes. And it was sort of exaggerated earlobes, but they're speaking about, these are people with an incredible amount of compassion. And so this lobe relates to your compassion, relates to your ability to carry the weight that you've taken from other people with empathy, and to allow love to radiate through. And I thought it's quite interesting. It's always been something that sort of bounced in my ear, the concept of the lobe. I've never understood what this lobe is all about. And in African cultures, you see they actually want to stretch that lobe out. They want to make it bigger. And it seems to be a thing in many of the older cultures, actually, wearing things that stretch out the bottom of the ear. You see it's quite popular in Europe. I think it's even a pagan thing. Yeah. So even Norse, some of their jewelry related to stretching the lobe of the ear. So the stretching the lobe of the ear is something of an interesting practice on earth. And I think it ties back to this cosmology from both Tibetan Buddhism, and you see it also in Nepali Buddhism. I didn't really follow it closely in Theravadan Buddhism, but I think Theravadans tend to be more samadhi based, and they're more interested in not the flesh. But there's definitely a connection between the earlobe. And then there's the whole idea of touching your ears, right? What is it about holding your ears, holding your lobes in your fingers? I don't know if you've done it. It's quite interesting. It's like, it's a protective thing. People do it in some ancient cultures. I've noticed some places in Africa, some places in India, they'll touch their ears when they say hello. It's like a way of becoming humble. It's quite an interesting concept. I don't know. Have you guys come across this anywhere?
You bring it up.
Go ahead, Khalil. I just want to chime in. Even over here on this side, the Olmecs and things, same thing. They're with the earlobe. It's all across the realm. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting if you look at the children, right? If you look at the children all over the world for I'm going to be really nice and say the last 25 years since I've been in high school. Every culture you see the young adults doing that. It's a physical representation of what it is we're actually here to do, all of us, which is actually expand. If there was actually a purpose in life, it would be to expand, to love more. Well, what does that look like? It looks like acceptance. It looks like compassion, right? So, like, for example, I remember at a very early age, I have a lot of old school ways, we would say, because my grandfather was my father figure and he was so much older. So whenever he saw, someone in need on the street or, and depended on level or heard about somebody, they came to our house. You know what I'm saying? Like that was normal. And I grew up thinking that was insane because I remember an incident where my grandfather had to use a shotgun on somebody who was in our house, right? Like that was a very real and traumatic thing. So you have to begin to question these kinds of things. Now, what does that lead to? You end up growing up looking at, people we call bums or homeless, and I don't want to supply what led to that behavior, right? So I don't want to give you anything because we're assuming we know what got them there. You see, so this is how logic shuts down love. Logic has absolutely nothing to do with love unless it's on the other side and we're asking, how can I help? How can I do this? So if you're buying a bottle of liquor or a bottle of beer or anything other than something to eat, like you may ask me, I don't care if it's a lie. Because that, like Roland pointed out, it may be a defense mechanism. My God, you're homeless. You're asking me on top of just hitting me upside the head with something. That happens every day too. So we have to, this is where it comes to picking our battles. But even in picking battles, see, the ultimate war is one when you lay your weapons down. So that's ultimately what we're really talking about here. But that logically is suicide. Well, Jesus said, take up your cross and follow me, right, Quinty?
You caught me. I was looking for an Indian song and I finally found it. So I missed what you said, but I heard you say Quinty. But I found it. I was panicking.
I said, Jesus said, if you want to follow me, you have to take up your cross and leave the dead with the dead, right?
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, Jesus tries to prove a point about self-preservation. That self-preservation is the opposite of love. When you care more about yourself than the person next to you, you actually are operating in greed and pride and some other survival mode things, and not love.
So thank you for that confirmation. Franklin, you asked a question about the lobe, right? I'm reminded of Vincent van Gogh because Vincent van Gogh had a love that he couldn't quite reach, he couldn't quite bond with, and he understood symbolism to the point so much that he cut his own ear off. Because regardless of whether or not that love was reciprocal, he was going to love her regardless, right? Now that sounds very tragic and sad, depending on how you choose to look at it. But at the end of the day, he got it. We have to ask the question is, do we?
That's a good example. I actually myself was in a situation very similar to that. And throughout my life, I had a lot of inner turmoil going through the dark night of the soul. And it was very hard for me to have a companion in life or have friends. I was pushing everybody away from me. But there came a time in my life where there was a pivotal time where I started to realize that love is not something that I need to get to fill a void in my being. It's something that I can give and I can be grateful for receiving and being reciprocated. But I don't need to love in order to be loved, because that's conditional love. And so when one can love without demanding something in return and is willing to love and not be loved in return, that's true unconditional love. It's a sad state of affairs as compared to somebody who has found somebody that does reciprocate the love that they give. But for me, it was a huge step forward in my life. I had started to realize that I was never going to get love when I was trying to have love fix me from externally. Thought love was something I would receive. Now, when I was able to give love out of my heart, I didn't need anything back. It felt so good, and it was so rewarding to be able to love. And they did appreciate the love. It's just that they didn't necessarily love me in return, give me the love that I had given them. And I had chosen partners that were probably should have been my therapy patients, you know, and they say that you're not supposed to do that. But, you know, I was struggling too, and they helped me. And being able to help them helped me the most. So I was able to help my last 3 lovers by planting the seed of self-mastery for them. And I've seen their lives blossom forth, and they are so happy and doing so well now. And it's amazing to see when somebody's heading in the wrong direction and then their life turns around and they're coming into fruition. It's just a beautiful thing. So I'm glad to have been able to provide that love to the world. And I have no doubt that, you know, it could come back to me, but I don't need anything back from it. I've already gotten so much. It filled my heart to be able to see that my love had such a great effect on the world and was able to help people. So hopefully someday I'll be able to have that love reciprocating. But if not, I'm happy to have been able to give my love, and it's made me a happy person in my life and given me inner peace.
You just said it all.
Please, Carlisle, do continue.
I'm sorry, Frank. Thank you. Indy, you really just said it all, because, you know, so many people hopefully will ask the question, you know, what does that look like? Well, a good example, I think, of what it looks like is, it looks like someone who found their passion, found their calling in life, and they do it no matter what. Like, they'll do it for free. You know, if they get paid for it, awesome, but it's just what they do, right? That's what it looks like. So the more like that example, you know, this is one reason why Jesus and messiahs and mythology resonate so heavy. Jesus represents the heart chakra, right? He represents that unconditional love. That's why he's consistently surrounded by a figure named Mary. It's not just his mother. In some aspects, it's also his wife. In some aspects, it's also reality itself. So what's being conveyed here? You know, there's a very famous painting of him pointing upward, away from himself, and he's pointing at the heart. It has nothing to do with ego, right? So the ego actually serves you by identifying where the love is needed the most.
Dude, Khalil and Indy, man, you guys just reminded me of something amazing. And I love and this comes back to gratitude, volunteering. Like, if you feel kind of a certain way, dude, one thing is to go and volunteer in whatever that means. A hospital, you know, a sick hospital, kids hospital, dog rescue, and you get that gratitude. And it reminds me, you guys reminded me of, you know, when you do something like that, it's like, instead of, it's very strange, Indy. It's like, if you want something, instead of holding on to it tight, it's like you should give, and in a very miraculous way. That's how you actually receive a ton, as opposed to, I heard a great analogy earlier this week. I can't give credit because I don't remember where, but it was basically like, your hand is open, and, you know, energy comes into it, love, water, whatever that may be, and then you got it, and you close your hand. You know, you're holding it. Now it's yours. What you get, you have what you got, and you're holding it. And the issue with that is, you're not going to be receiving anymore. You're not going to be giving anymore. Then if you keep the hand open, and things can just keep coming in and splash, you know, just overwhelming your hand, because now your hand is open. It's almost that scarcity mentality versus abundance mentality, you know, comes into that gratitude also. And it's just amazing. It's like, I want this, I'm going to hold on to this so tight, whatever this is, whatever you value. And it's a strange how you'll lose that and you won't gain more of it, as opposed to you let go of everything. Someone said attachments. That's another way of seeing it for sure. And if you let go of everything, it's strange how you'll get just a whole bunch of stuff. It's just interesting how that actually works. But yeah, thank you, Kalel and Indy. You just kind of you generated that connection there. Thank you.
That brings up a very interesting point, actually, when we look at it, because now we're looking at the idea of freedom, and we're considering the way in which freedom is relevant, and just how relevant is freedom to the story, and how can we actually find out more about finding ourselves in this world, because we tend to be trapped in our minds, trapped in our thoughts, trapped in our beliefs, trapped in our ideas of what we think the universe is, of what we think our place is in the universe. And so we become our own slave masters, in a sense. And it is only when we are able to let go of everything that we think we are, of everything that we think we believe and know, that we're able to truly grow into the presence of love. And I think that's why we need to free love, because of the possessiveness of mind wanting to find some rational answer. And so it always looks for something to hold on to, some final, that's the bottom line. But there really is no bottom line in this circle of love. For love is truly a circle. It's like when you give love to another human being, that human being will invariably find a way to give that love to someone else. And that love will be given to someone else, will be yet given to someone else. And now you've got 100 someone else's giving love. And soon you've got 1,000, and then 1,000,000, and then 1,000,000,000 someone else's giving love. So giving one human being love is really a butterfly effect to increase the love in the entire system. And sooner or later, that love does come back to you. It's something which is just, it's a mathematical probability that one cannot even pretend not to look at if one considers it realistically. And so it's sort of like the idea that if you could give somebody a coin that exponentially becomes more, and I'm sure Burdog's going to be on this, and that coin increases in value because of some bunch of, I don't know, wankers spelt with a B. No, sorry, bankers spelt with a W. I get confused. And like manipulating the system. The way that the exponential growth can increase the quality of everybody's life is similar. I think we're living in a universe which has become highly economized. And so we speak of the economy of everything, the economy of fairness, of justice, the economy of resources, the economy of beauty, the economy of trade. What is the economy of love? And it's very interesting the way we're talking about the giving away of love. I would imagine, think of love as a seed. And if you've got a lot of seeds and you give those seeds to other people and those people plant those seeds, each tree will produce 1,000,000 more seeds. So if you've got 1,000,000 seeds and you give away 500,000 of those seeds, those 500,000 seeds could become 500,000 trees, each with another 1,000,000 seeds. And when one of those trees of seeds is given away, it can cause the same kind of dynamic. So I think this love can be sort of compared to a seed because of the economic principles that it seems to relay. It relays the principle of a seed, where a piece of fruit in itself is of a limited value, but a seed can become a legacy. One seed can become a legacy that becomes 1,000,000 trees. And it's quite a concept to think in that level. And I think when we start to bend our hearts along those lines, we start to really grasp the economy of love. And the economy of other things do not fit into the same sort of proverbial rules or laws, because love is the seed of all. And it is also interesting that when a man loves a woman, he wants to fill her with his seed. Isn't it fascinating? Love always leads to seed. succeeding one way or another. And we speak of seediness, which is quite interesting. Seediness is wanting to spread too much love. I think the wrong kind of love. When a bloke's a bit seedy, he's thinking of women in he wants to spread too much seed, too much love. So there is an interesting concept about the economy of love. What are we talking about? And I'd love to put this to the panel. What are we talking about when we talk about throwing one's pearls before swine? And how does this relate to love? I'd love to get your guys' opinions on this.
That is so multifaceted, because we have to look through every area of human relation. We have to look at education. We have to look at mating. We have to look at birthing. We have to look at intermingling in society. There's so many opportunities, and there's so many opportunity for hang up, at the same time, dependent upon what we deem important. Mexico had an excellent point in the chat talking about, we create what essentially magnetizes to our auric field. Well, what's in your auric field is truly everything. How aware we are of it and how much energy we give it and reflect upon it is where the line in the sand draws. So when we talk about gratitude, you asked a marvelous question. How do we find our place in the universe? Well, if the universe is all you, what is placement? And this goes back to the idea of unconditional love, because if you let everything go, and of course it's cliche because it's true, then it comes back to you. So if you love something, you let it go. If it comes back, it's yours. If it's not, it never was. Well, that's what they added to make it make sense logically. But it was always yours because everything is you. So again, we come back to this idea of self-centeredness. Now, do you understand why hearing self-centeredness can be such a bad thing, or why it's purported to be as such?
That's really lovely. We're reaching into the self-centeredness because there's almost a double entendre running in this phrase, because we're meant to be centered. We're meant to be centered in our hearts. We're meant to be expressing our true self. But then we all know that this self-centered phenomenon can be a real pain in the butt. When we become self-centered, we all become dumbasses. And I'm not even talking about donkeys, I'm talking about the other one. And because we know donkeys are pretty clever animals. But this whole idea of self-centered, self-gratifying, self-aggrandizement, self-obsessed, and self-denied because of all of this self-obsession. I think when we become self-obsessed, it makes me think of the number 6. 6, 6. And that self-centeredness makes me think of what that number implies, because 6 to me implies being really in your center between 3 and 6. And 6 is like a really wonderful point in the octave. It does speak to me about sort of clarity, the ability to learn, the ability to bring the harmonies of love into existence. But when you've got 6 and the 6 is focused on the 6 and the 6 focused on the 6 is focused back towards the 6, I think we end up with this negative trait of something positive. And I think that's where we all meet our proverbial beast, that selfishness. As Brother Gabriel is always talking about the shellfish. Yeah, the shellfish. And the shellfish puts a big shell around itself so that it won't let anything in. Yeah? And so we become shellfish, and we put a chitinous layer a barrierizing yourself from myself, from himself, from herself, from themselves, from this self. And so this self becomes seemingly on its own, seemingly a universe unto itself that has forgotten its connection to all the other selves, universes out there. And so there's an interesting concept. Skeleton. Yeah.
I love that
And the
concept.
skeleton's on the outside. Yes, brother.
That reminds me of how things went for me in my life. You know, I never knew what was happening, but I got my heart broken when I was a young adolescent. And for my subconscious mind, it was easier to put walls up or put myself inside of a shell where I wouldn't let anyone else in ever again. Because my heart was hurt so bad for letting someone else in and breaking that heart that my mind couldn't even tell me what I should and shouldn't do. It kept it secret. And so for me, what I knew was that I was telling myself subconsciously that everyone was that everyone was betraying me and abandoning me, and that was their fault. But I knew something was up, because throughout the whole process, I thought to myself, why are men so corrupt and exploitative of women? And why are women so naive and don't see this happening? So my life goal was to change the world and change everyone else in the world but me. I wanted to change all the men to become more compassionate to women. And I wanted to change all the women to be more wise to the corruptness of men. And so after a while, I started to realize that I can't change any other person. And it was only after I had a near-death experience, when I had brain surgery, that I could start to change my perspective and see things from a new light. And it was at that point when I surrendered and I let everything go. And I bowed to the goddess of the moon in reverence and let her provide the healing that I needed, that I had blocked out for so long. And it was at that point that the shell dissipated and was gone, and my selfishness went with it. And so instead of trying to control everything and change people, I was willing to change myself, and it took humility. And I was willing to accept people for how they were for the first time in my life. And my life has blossomed forth so far amazingly since that time. And that was it was about 15 years ago. And I'm a new person now. I never thought I could be the person who I've become today. And a lot of people don't have that near-death experience where they can turn their life around and find that self-love. But I am so grateful that I was able to have that. But I see where selfishness is shellfishness. It's definitely real. And we all know that we put up walls. And I think that can become a shell if you let it go too far. With my life number 7, people with a number of the magician 7 tend to end up in the risk of being in this state where they push themselves into isolation because they're trying to protect their solitude too much. And that happens a lot with people like myself. But it doesn't have to stay that way, thankfully.
Shout out for Brother Gabriel, the slick dissident, for bringing the shellfish to us and getting us to look at the shellfish from a different perspective. I love the ideas he's presented there. It's given me a lot of room to consider, especially since shells are so profound. And I do think that what you're saying is so on point, you know, about wanting to change the world. And it makes me think about my little boy, Joshua Eli. Today, before I did this show at about 4 p.m. my time, I made a big bowl of hummus. Mexico knows my hummus, eh? It rocks. And so we sat down to eat hummus, because I haven't eaten hummus in like days. And I like to eat hummus at least like 3 times a week. I like to. And we were eating the hummus, and my little boy looked at me and he said, so sometimes when something's good, it's bad. And sometimes when something's bad, it's good. And so I was like, yeah, tell me about this. And he started explaining to me about that our road was broken. Because our road was broken, there was a burst pipe. We had to have roadworks done. This was like a week and a half ago, whatever. and they had to come and dig up the road. It was a big job, it was a lot of work, but because of that bad thing happening, that the water was off for like 6 hours, whatever, you know, while they sent out a team. They're quite quick here, which is quite impressive. And so we were stuck without water, running water for like half a day, whatever. And but then he turned around and he said, but because of that, I got to see them working with steamrollers. So that was good. And so we started talking about how good and bad is on the tail end of each other. And I was telling him, like, you're a little philosopher. I said, one day you're going to have your own show, my boy. Because you're 7. Children have a wonderful way of grasping these realities of how negatives become positives. You mentioned how you had a surgery on your head, your brain surgery, and Carlisle's told the same story, and I'm sure that if Ronan or if Quinty talks about it, it's going to be the same story. There've been times in our lives that we've been like knocked down, and it's when we get up that we get up. Oh boy, when we get up. It's when we're knocked down and we get up and we're tough. And there's something to be said about how love humbles and breaks you. Is it not true that when you're in love with someone, it's such a wonderful emotion, it's such a powerful experience, but doesn't it break you to pieces inside of yourself? The feeling of love? Doesn't it make you feel so vulnerable? Doesn't it bring the sense of feeling like you're spinning, lost in the universe? But in that lost, in that feeling weak, in that feeling like a loss of self-control or a loss of whatever, there is a certain sense of strength that binds one to this experience of weakness. And it's like love is the infinite weakness that empowers the self infinitely. I thought I'd add that. And yeah, I'd love to see what other directions this conversation can take.
May I throw something in there about? I've definitely thought about this in reference to the transactional aspect. The one thing is it's if it's coming from if I can use the word pure or honesty, right? It's when I say open my heart and give love to someone, whether it's friends or romantically, it makes me feel good, right? And I love that. I love feeling good. So it's not so going in is the goal is not to receive or feel good. It's merely a symptom of it, and it's beautiful. Like the gifts are beautiful. So it's not that it's transactional. It's that doing it makes me feel good, and I like feeling good. You know what I mean? And if you feel good, you know it's good, right? And that could be anything. And I had an experience a couple of months ago where I ate fast food for the first time in like a year, and I felt horrible for like several days. And I was like, well, that's not good for me because it made me feel bad. But in the opposite, if I'm doing things, giving my love away, it makes me feel amazing. And if I don't have to control it and keep a love scoreboard, like I did these 8 things for you and you've only done 2 things for me. Like there's no outcome dependent expectations. There's no expectations. But again, that transactional style, it does make me feel wonderful. And I do gain a lot of gifts. But the purpose is not to receive those gifts, right? They're just kind of part of the experience, you know what I mean? And it's a bonus, I guess I should say. Any material, like gifts, those are just bonuses, but that's not the purpose, right? And that's where that no fear comes from. That's where that you don't want to control things and have this it's funny because to discuss love, we almost have to also discuss a little bit of the fear, which we touched on a lot, a little bit here, because a lot of the times that's the blocker to full on love of all things and gratitude. So yeah, and as far as those seeds, I mean, yeah, man, throw them everywhere and see what fertile soil it lands on. And it's funny also. I was thinking of no man is an island. So having a really having a woman or having a man or having an opposite is that battery, and that and I see Petri, I'll rest my mic in a second. And then it's funny because a lot of people in cities in the most populous places are some of the most loneliest people, but they're surrounded by so many and none of them actually interact. Yeah, thank you, man. And also the whole when you're going to love and no fear, it's kind of like, and you mentioned dancing earlier, Indy. It's like dance like no one's watching, something 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 in love. I can't remember the rest of that famous quote. If anyone knows it, please finish it for me. But I just wanted to throw some of these things in there.
Welcome to Petra, and thank you so much, brother. Beautiful notion. I love the dance like no one's watching. I always just say, put your hands up in the air like you just don't care. And I think that's what it is. I think that's really spells it out. It's about finding your own joy. We've got Petra here. Petra is a wonderful lady, a mother, a student, a I call her the birth bringer because she specializes in helping bringing babies into this world, and that's her. I believe it's one of her passions. It's what she does. She's obviously got those magical hands and the magical heart. And what brings babies into this world other than love? And without saying too much, also might be good to mention, Petra is the wife of the third eye edifice. So unfortunately, he can't be here today because he had to go on a journey. But we've got the wonderful Petra here to share her love and her experience with us. Thank you so much for joining us, my dear. And do please have the stage.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Excellent. So thank you so much for having me. I'm gonna try not to be like a little emotional, but listening to all of you so far has been I've been dying to get here. So I hopefully have a few minutes before I have to jump off, and I will try to come back if I can. But I've been dying to jump into this conversation. You guys are just like truly rocking this, and it's so refreshing to hear all of these sentiments and all of this wisdom come from other people, because I have been doing my own shadow work and my own inner work for such a long time. And specifically over the past few weeks, I've really been turning inward and really looking at my shadow. And these are the messages and the lessons that I have actually just like learned. So it's unsurprising the timing, but I'm grateful. I'm so grateful for it. So thank you all so much. Um, I don't even really know where to start, so I'm just going to try to jump in here. I love um, what Ronan was just saying about finding a partner and that balance, because balance has been coming up a lot, especially over the past few weeks. It comes up in my life all the time. I'm a Libra, and it just like is a repetitive message that comes through for me. But love is something that I've always struggled with. I think that um, many women struggle with love, particularly self love, um, as we are conditioned to live for other people. And we find that we actually don't even know really who we are, who ourselves are. So it's this journey of self discovery and even like figuring out yourself. Um, like, who do you even love? How, like, you don't even know yourself enough to love yourself almost. Um, and for me, I didn't really understand the extent of the extent of my trauma and how deep into my shadow I was living until I had that balance. And it came into my life through my husband, through him coming into my life very unexpectedly, through the divine masculine and that balance that was so dysregulated in my life. And I think that it's really important to understand that you don't need somebody to bring that balance into your life. These are all things that we all have within us. And if you are looking for equality or balance outside of yourself, that's kind of where maybe you should perhaps think about starting, because we are all capable of creating that balance within us. And let's not forget that what we radiate and bring out into the world is exactly what Hillel has said so many times, a direct reflection of ourselves, and we will absolutely attract that back. So it it starts with the self, as so many of you have said. It is a journey of the self. It is a self issue that many of us, when we are living in our shadow, just don't recognize, and therefore it becomes a everybody else issue. And we see people all the time projecting their shadows on everybody else. These false sense of authorities, these attempted forced apologies, false accusations, and this is rampant in birth work. I work very closely and intimately with women. Um, Policing of women, women policing other women, telling people what to do. You need to be licensed. You can't work without a license. You can't do it this way, that way, whatever, whatever, whatever. And it's sad because one of the issues that came up for me also this past week was um, my sister wound as well as my mother wound. And these are things that I'm being summoned. And these are things that really need to be addressed, because what happens when we police each other, especially as women, and I'm speaking as a woman right now, the what we're not doing, first of all, ourselves any service, and we're not doing the world any service. You cannot control anything for anyone but yourself, nor are you responsible for anybody or anybody else's actions. And we tend to take on responsibility for other people's nonsense, especially when we don't know about shadow and we don't recognize that within ourselves. We're not going to recognize that within other people, and we are going to attract that into our lives. So we are going to bring people that are living in their shadow in. And we find ourselves in these situations, we find ourselves bringing these people in. And for me and a lot of other people, I've noticed we find ourselves in similar situations repeatedly, and the same type of personalities coming in to our lives constantly or over and over again. And it's because we haven't learned the lessons that these experiences have come into our lives to teach us in the first place. And because once you live an experience to its fullest, you're not going to tolerate that any longer. You're not going to tolerate somebody being disrespectful to you, or not being considerate of you, or um, depleting you of your energy and not reciprocating. You're not going to tolerate, and you're not going to have the capacity for people that don't live in love and that are not compassionate. And so it's strong. The past week has really stirred up a lot of things for me. But I think the importance of being observant, and really staying objective has particularly come up. That's one of the things that I have been working on in my shadow work, is the ability to stay objective. And when we are not capable of doing that, when we simply react to other people who are living in their shadow, you're not able to see yourself. You're not going to do that work that you need to learn those lessons. You're not going to be able to see yourself from a distance and recognize the patterns that need to be broken. So the goal should be to stay with the self and work with the self and bring that balance to yourself so that you can bring it in. many other things I was gonna say. And my daughter, I hear her calling me, so I'm kind of getting sidetracked. So I apologize, but I really love you all, and I'm gonna just mute myself and turn the camera off, and I'll pop back in when I can.
May I respond, Franklin, to her? She reminded me of something amazing just now. I've always naturally felt this, what I'm about to say, and I didn't fully realize what I was doing intellectually. But I've had, especially with women in my life, you know, I've had women say to me so many times, "You need to open up more. You're closed off or whatever, right?" And if you guys have seen me enough, a lot of you, I'm pretty darn open. You know what I mean? I wear my heart on my sleeve. That issue is that's that manipulation, emotional and spiritual manipulation, and projecting one's shadow work onto others. Like you want me to do something so that you feel better. Well, I've always been able to identify that immediately and shut it down real quick, So it's funny how, I can recognize that emotional manipulation real easy. It's like little hopscotch games to me. You know what I mean? Like we're over here playing chess, dude. And people want to try and project. You need to do this, Patri. You should go tell Franklin that what? If you're not feeling that, who am I to, you know what I mean? No, that if I was to ever say that to you guys, the issue is I'm dealing with something, but I want others to somehow make me feel better by them. You guys get it. I don't need to keep talking in circles. You guys already totally get what I'm saying. But yeah, man, I just wanted to throw that out there. I just don't have any patience for projecting things. That's why I always try to be very conscious of what I'm doing, because I don't want to accidentally project my stuff on the other. Here, hold my bags, Patri. Hey, I got all these heavy bags. Can you hold them for me? I mean, no, Anyway, you guys get it. Much love.
Well, I just wanted
Oh,
to
and by the
say,
way, Patri, it looks like you flew in. Did you ride the wind in here? Are you an alchemist who rode the wind?
I plead the fifth. I just want to add that my favorite part about shadow work is that it never ceases to amaze me that once you are really being objective and really looking at these aspects of yourself and really being constructive and honest, and you really start putting that into action, and bringing that into your conscious awareness and into your daily life to make these changes, that's when your shadow comes at you. That's when these situations and these people come into your lives out of the woodwork, seemingly out of nowhere. And it is to challenge you, it is to level up, it is to beef up your spiritual body, your mental capacity, your emotional intelligence. And so it's no coincidence that these issues have come up over the past few days for me, because it's like you're finally like really living it and really making these changes, and you're like kind of like, yeah, even like feeling yourself, and you're like, yeah, I'm rocking this shit, this is cool. And then all of a sudden something happens, and here comes your shadow, and they're like, are you sure about that? Is this who you really are? Don't you see what these people are doing? Don't you have something to say about that? Look at what they said about you. Look at all of these false accusations and these lies that they're saying about you. Don't you have something to say? And what I have finally been able to do, which is really, really, it just feels so good, is I've come to the real understanding that that shit is beneath me. And these people are not beneath me. Nobody is beneath me. No person is beneath me. I am not above anybody else here. But these actions, these behaviors, it's nonsense, and it is beneath me. And I don't have to react to things. I don't have to offer my energy to anybody else or any behavior that is not deserving of it. And so that's been a really really cool thing that has happened recently. Yeah, and I forget what else I was going to say too. So.
That's awesome, Petra. Oh, could I respond, Shaman? I wanted to bring this full circle, actually, because I wanted to answer your question about casting your pearls before swine. What Jesus is actually trying to say to everybody is to not throw your soul at people who will not appreciate it. Because when you're a child, you're pure, right? People say when your kids are pure, they don't know how people are in the world. They don't know how the world works. So they're, brutally honest, and they love everybody, And then if they don't like you, they tell you. So he's trying to tell you to balance out your sense of service, your sense of giving. Because a pearl in those days, when Jesus was talking, a pearl is not like a jewel like we use it today. A pearl signified your pure self. The Babylons have a story where God touched the end of a rainbow, and a pearl was made out of that. And then you have the Hebrews, or not really the Hebrews, the Egyptians. They found pearls in oysters, and when they opened the oysters, they were like, "Oh wow, this is really different than what is inside of this thing." Or this is the thing that's inside of it is different than what is on the outside. And so they equated a pearl with the part of you that's inside of your, gross body, a part of your something that represents the ba, or the akh inside of your flesh. And in a sense, they also understood that that's what's inside of your brain. Like there's something there's a pearl inside of every brain. While the brain may be corruptible, seeing things different ways. Excuse me, but the pearl inside is like the soul or the spirit, basically. And I wanted to say that bagging off of what Ronan and Petri said about the shadow when they get people projecting. Those people are actually attracted to you because of what you say you're not. Those people are attracted to you because of how you treat or how you think about the negative qualities that you see in other people, or the negative qualities that you think you can never have. Like, for example, one of my spiritual teachers, what did he say? He said I was a perv, right? And he said it in front of his whole family just to test me. And that was interesting. So I was shocked by it. And I was like, oh, why did he do that? And so the first instinct I got was to get offended. And so he told me to get on mic in church. So I got on mic. And then he told me to turn on the lights and turn on my camera. So I did all that. And then so he said, so how come you're pervy? How come you're what do you say? He said, how come you're viewing women as objects? And I was like, So I waited a while. And I said, thank you. I didn't realize that. And I didn't really notice that I do that because I haven't talked to women that often. And when I do, I forget that they are women. I think that we're basically all the same. And so he pointed out that we're not the same, and that for procreation's sake, we have to be attracted to each other. And so I just said, all right, So I am pervy, huh? So you say. But to me, I have no proof that I am pervy to myself. And he was really happy about my response. And he told everybody, he's like, hey, see, this is how you come after an accusation or a what do you call it, an accuser. You embrace it. You take it in, because you can't prove who you are to anybody. You really can't. Someone can see, like you see Indy Sage on his phone. Someone could say, hey, he's bored. And Indy Sage, you'd be like, hey, I'm not. But he can't prove that he's not. Like, whatever someone thinks of you is what they think. You can't change their mind. And that's the shadow game. You just have to let them have it. And when you let people have it and stand in your truth, you become what you are, which is what you know you are. And they think you're something else, but you just have to let it go. And that is keeping your pearls to yourself, because you have nothing to prove. There's what you are on the inside is invisible anyway. No one can know you except yourself. And when you get to that point, you can actually embrace those people who project these things on you, and you can send it right back at them. You could say, hey, I like that observation, but I think you could love a little more. And they'll receive that in a weird way, because these people who project, are this energy that wants to project, really needs love. And you can be that love instead of that projected hate that they are projecting onto you, or that you perceive, because it might not be really that, but since you perceive it that way, that's what you give out. So you have to change how you perceive things. It's kind of like that mirror. Do you guys know that mirror that they show in all these magic schools and alchemy, hermetic things? It's like a mirror that's like it's 1,000 mirrors, and you look in front of it, and it's like you can see a bazillion of yourselves. That's how the shadow works. Like there's a bazillion different versions of you in other people's heads that you can't fine tune it to make it what you want it to be. If you do, you're playing a role of masking. You start putting on different faces, trying to correct what they think about you. But if you just take off all the masks and be yourself, and take the hits without thinking that they're hits, and give out bananas and apples or whatever you got, give out some fruits to everybody, you'll start to see that those shadows will start to diminish. Those mirrors will start to melt, and you'll be able to just it's kind of like C.S. Lewis. He wrote a little thing that I read recently. C.S. Lewis said, every day I go home and I see the devil on my doorstep, and I usually run into the house and lock the door. So one day the devil was knocking on the door, and I was tired and I was angry. So I prayed to God to get the devil away from me. But when I woke up, the devil was in my rocking chair in my room. And so I realized he wasn't going to go away. So I went back to sleep. And then I woke up to get the mail. The devil was on my doorstep again. And when I walked past him, I said, oh, it's you again. Glad you're here. And I went on about my day. And I was like, what? That's some deep stuff. That's some shadow work right there, right? And so when people project onto you, just be like, hey, thanks. So how are you going to love somebody today? And then leave it at that. That's it.
That's really beautiful, brother. I think that's some profound medicine that you're sharing. There's a couple of things that you're pointing out there. And it's one of the things which sort of inspired the beginning of what you were saying, which was what Petra was mentioning, which is interesting. Why it is that we attract. Now, I equate this to a psychological program in the matrix, in the system. that when we are getting close to a state of revelation and integration that becomes the expression of inner truth, we will then be challenged by the watcher upon the threshold. And we did a show about these qualities. This was one of the topics on one of the shows some time back, but I think it's worth revisiting shortly. This watcher upon the threshold, actually the Gregory, the 7 deadly sins, which are living beings, which are remnants of the structure of the 200 Gregory that broke the oath of being a part of the chain of life in order to take form here and rule over mankind and change mankind, the Nephilim and all of that. Their role, before they broke away, they were called the Watchers. And as the Watchers, it was their job to watch us, to ensure that we were being received. And so it's quite interesting that the moment you're getting close to the truth, I'll equate it to this, right? Let's say you're doing a YouTube channel on YouTube and you're handing out just a little too much truth. Things will start going wrong, and it will be by design. Some organized attempt to compromise, negate, limit, or shut down would probably result. And we have seen so many wonderful truth givers that just speak a few too many words of particular truths that are not allowed to be voiced. And we see them being demonized, attacked, compromised, or in some way shut down. And I think that this is a very wonderful metaphor on the physical plane for what is happening on the inner and the spiritual plane. Because there are a group of beings that are dedicated to maintaining a set of separations between us. And we can call this the adversary. The structure of the being of the adversary is a component of many components that are structuring this chain of life, which is contrary to life in an ironic fashion, ironic sense. But I believe we all work for the same goal, cause. And so there is this point when the moment we get close to some kind of a breakthrough, we will be challenged. And I think it's quite incredible. It's the same in school. We've reflected in school, you know, the moment you get ready for the next level of learning, there's got to be some initiation, or there's got to be some test, or there's got to be some, you know, some challenge. And I think that challenge is what we attract to ourselves on the astral and the etheric planes. So what happens is this. This is how I see it. I'm going to try and break it down to its simplest form. We build up energy. And as we get closer to the revelations, we build up more energy. And we build up more energy. And we become like a massive food source for those that feed off that kind of energy. And so they come and will form a circle around you, and they're trying to find a way in. And they'll use other people to come close to you so that those beings can find a way in to feed off of your soul matrix substances, because you're bringing in so much light, so much love, so much expansion of the consciousness field and the awareness that you become like the lushest of fruits that is desired by those vampiric beings, or those beings that feed off of our soul emotional matrix when it's breaking down through the emotions of fear, anger, disappointment, sadness, sorrow, all of those. Well, sorrow is a little bit of an interesting one, but regardless, those negative emotions that we speak of as the deadly sins actually break down the soul's matrix substance so that it can be chewed bit by bit by those beings. So I think that this is why when we're getting close to the truth, we will be attracting something to our sphere to put us in tune so that those shadows can actually utilize us for fuel. And I thought I'd leave that out there, put that out there to the panel to play with and consider and bounce around as you will. But that's my feeling, that why there's the synchronicity between us getting to the next level of octave and then having to deal with that. And it's so true what Petra said, that the timing comes. And I love the way Quinty also put it into expression, speaking about the throwing pearls before swine as this concept of showing too much. I would say it has to do with the spoken word as well. When we share too much of our wisdom with those vampiric beings, those vampiric beings might bring people that they can manipulate in order to hurt us, so that they can insult us in some way that we feel compromised, so that those beings can find a way in through our fear, sadness, disappointments, whatever negative emotions they require to install into our program, our matrix, in order to be able to siphon off of our consciousness field.
For me, what that comes back to is, again, gratitude, because I believe that fear is our biggest enemy. And if fear is our biggest enemy, then gratitude is our greatest form of protection. Fear often stems from a sense of lack of anything self-worth, a lack of sense of love or being loved, or a lack of compassion. It comes from lack. So when you fill that void with gratitude and you give thanks for the things that you have, and you stop focusing on what you are seemingly lacking, nothing can really hurt you. And you will not give that energy over to those vampiric psychics. And that to me is the importance of really the importance of gratitude, is for protection.
Totally, I agree, and I'm feeling you. And I always say that it is great, spelled Great, fullness. When we are full of greatness, we are truly grateful. And I'd love to give an opportunity to welcome the Ramah star, as I love to call her. Ramah is a wonderful, wonderful lady. I've known her for many years. She's a very sensitive, very gifted human being that's lived also a very unusual life. She might grace us with some of the wonderful experience that she's had in her younger life, growing up in ways that very few of us could imagine or relate to. And she's got a big heart, and she's got a wonderful inquiring mind, and she has been putting her finger to the metal, working with cerebral nervous system realignment, which has become her passion and her joy. And without me saying too much, thank you for the ladies joining us. We've got Petra and we've got the Ramah here. And over to you, Ramah, dear.
Blessings. And I think Moonfeather might be joining us a bit later too. I'm not sure. I feel like I'm almost interrupting joining at this point. But wow, just from what I've heard so far, such beautiful points. I almost don't know where to start. But actually, it really moved me just now, just before you were speaking, Franklin, what our brother Quinty was saying there about pearls. Excuse me, I probably need some water. Yeah, I feel like that's something I think about sometimes, or it gets channeled through me. I find myself singing about it or whatever. That pearl, I like to call it kind of like the primordial pearl. In a way, I like to think of the primordial as like this dark speck, this darkness that contains all light, and then there's the light that contains all darkness. And there's this spiritual marriage of them that is always there. And of course, that's the feminine and masculine too, or the all, if we see it all at once. But I do think that we are in this kind of cosmic dance, you could say, with this beautiful, primordial, pure, divine pearl at the core. And there's always this dance of the veils, you could say, for lack of a better phrase right now, that's happening where, you know, it's like, oh, I see your darkness, or oh, I see my darkness, or, you know, or it's veil after veil that we're revealing from or releasing from ourselves or from others, from each other. And it's just kind of a dance we're always doing together, really, trying to get to that primordial, really pure pearl again, or to reveal it, because it's just as Quinty, oh gosh, which author were you quoting? I've forgotten now. It was a beautiful author. But just as he was saying, you know, the
C.S.
devil is
Lewis.
always, oh, of course, fantastic. Yeah, C.S. Lewis, the devil, however you want to see that, this darkness is always there. God is always there. This lightness is always there. There's always this interplay, this magic that's going on. And I think we get so defensive. We can, I'm not saying we always do, we can, sorry, get so defensive. And, you know, definitely, God, I can as much as the rest of anyone else can. But I think ultimately what we're trying to defend is that some part of all of us is trying to reveal that purity and defend that purity that is God, that is the divine, that is the all, and reveal it like over and over and over again. And of course we get defensive because there's this sense of, maybe, even though maybe often it's quite subconscious, but this kind of sense of like, I have no idea, by the way, where any of this is coming from. I had no idea what I was going to say, so I don't know what's moving through me right now. But, you know, it's sort of like we're trying to protect that at all times and get back to it. And there's this wounding, maybe perhaps of this separation from that in the perhaps subconscious mind, even though paradoxically we feel and we experience these connections all the time too. So I do think that might be part of what's going on there. And I completely also agree with what Franklin was saying about being, and I think Petra was saying too, about when you know, we're sharing from the heart, and we are giving the fruits of our love and the divine wisdom that channels through all of us, and that gets tested over and over again. I, you know, for example, found myself in the last few days, although not having agreed with certain things that were said and done, offering up fruits of love at the same time and having them thrown back at my face like I was in the stocks. and it's like, well, fuck, man, that really hurts. But excuse my language, guys. But, you know, that's, I have had to grow so much. One, to, you know, maybe sometimes it's actually just better not to say anything, just to allow people to be as they be. But part of my growth was actually to use my voice, because it may not be obvious when I come onto the round table, but I have insane amounts of social anxiety. Like, I find it really difficult to speak in group situations, let alone that this is being publicly broadcast. I'm like, I feel like I'm going to freaking hyperventilate every time I'm going to come on here, or just in group situations and things. So definitely been tested to like, how can I use my voice and try and bring something to the table that hopefully does no damage, that hopefully just brings love and more questions, and that faces my own shadow as much as the shadow of the veils we're all, you know, trying to dance with and lift up in this universal dance to connect more with that primordial, beautiful pearl that is within the all. So yeah, I guess that's where I'm at with all of that right now. So yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you for being so incredibly brave, as I've always seen you, Ramar. And it took me a while to convince the dearest Ramar that she should join us. And obviously, you've all seen the value that she brings, which is top shelf. I'm sorry that you've had some of the challenges of love when love is not reciprocated in the way that you're maybe sharing it. And sometimes I think this is a very interesting point that you're sort of bringing up, and I'll try and take it into a philosophical angle. I mean, it's philosophical angle without getting angry about it. I tend to feel a little bit protective sometimes. Yeah, I got to watch out my mouth, tongue-tying the words dripping out of my head as they fall, cascading through the mind, running over my tongue, jumping through the hole in the front of my head, bringing out the heart that keeps marching on through with the sword and the shield, running at the war of the mind to destroy all that is keeping us locked behind the closed eyes within the shell of selfishness. And not quite sure what that was, but it was what it was. So yeah, back on point. The idea that when sometimes you send love towards someone, it hurts them. We've all experienced this, haven't we? There's some times when you open your heart and you beam someone, like, got you, man. Target, lock on, love beam, bow. And they are like, bang, they smack you. Like, what do you think you're doing? It's like, oh, sorry. And they smack you again. You're like, don't do that, metaphorically. And we've all experienced it. Why is it that love can sometimes hurt us when we're not ready to receive that? I think that's a wonderful concept, and I'd love to hear everybody's opinions on that, how that works. Why?
I think we all know that love can really hurt us when we lose love. When love comes away from us, it can be very damaging. And also, interestingly, it seems to me that it's been told to me many times that when you seek love or you want love or desire love, it's a disqualifier. So only to the point where you no longer seek or need love can love become available. And I just thought to myself and had this epiphany that might be because if you do need love and want love and desire love and you get it, it might be too hurtful to lose that love. And so that's like a safeguard that's kind of put into the subconscious mind where you're not ready for love right now because you need it so bad that you wouldn't be able to handle losing it. So it's like almost sad in a way to me before I realized this, that only people that can have love are those who don't want love. And I thought to myself for many years that this might be a living hell. Why is it that people who want and appreciate and are grateful for love and are looking for it in their lives, incapable of having it and disqualified, whereas people who don't want love or don't appreciate love or don't seek love get it pushed upon them unwillingly? And I'm sure there's a middle ground where you're neutral, and that might be the optimal place to be. But I feel like there's other people who don't seek love that get it. And And that's a common thing. And you'll see people that are looking for somebody who is taken. And a lot of times this will happen on both sides. But often women will be more interested in a man who's married or has a girlfriend than a man who's single for some reason. And there might be a jealousy factor to that. Or maybe the idea that if nobody's with this guy, there might be a reason why nobody's with him. So they don't want to find out and be that person. So it's an interesting dynamic that goes on there. But I'm sure there's more to what Franklin was getting at. And I wanted to do a response to some shadow work mentioned earlier, and some of the. But I also wanted to mention right now that Franklin, yes, that was a really powerful talk, mentioning that like wisdom, like pearls to the swine, can create conflict. So I mean, we know that projection can create conflict, where it's like a personal struggle and you're pushing that onto somebody else. And if they don't know not to take that personally, it can be hurtful, and they can get defensive. But even if you're trying to give advice, that can create conflict. But even if you're just mentioning wisdom, that can create dissonance. Maybe that doesn't agree with their worldview, and that can create conflict. And then it can also be intimidating to people, that they might feel that you're condescending upon them or something. So, but that was a interesting mention that opened up a lot of thoughts for me. But does anyone else have any mention on this?
Yeah, for me, those kind of issues have always been a reflection of my need for self-love and my need for the inner work and my need to nurture myself, and where I have lacked in love
Indeed,
coming.
specifically, what were you asking to? I'm sorry.
I was responding to Franklin's question, and then I got into some stuff on
Sorry, I
the
think
concept.
Petra was talking, but her mic was very, very soft. Petra?
I was. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Barking in the background. What I was saying was that those issues
I'm
that
sorry.
have come up.
Are you able to hear me now?
Petra's talking.
For some
Okay,
reason,
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
I think Carlisle's mic isn't picking up Petra's mic. Maybe Petra, is there any way you can speak closer to your mic, or speak a little more slowly, because it might bring the sounds through better?
Sure. Hopefully, I hope everybody can hear me. I'm sorry if there's a connection issue. I can try again if there is. What I was saying was that for me personally, when these kind of situations have come up in my life, that you were referring to, Indy, it's always been a reflection of the need um, for me to do my own inner work, and the need for self love in my own life. It's always been a direct um, reflection of that. Whether, because I mean, jealousy, I can see how that could play a role in the situations like that, but for me, it's really been about a reflection of other people. They're looking for things because they're seeing a reflection of themselves that they long for, right? So they're looking for these things in other people's relationships, and kind of trying to live vicariously through other people and through other people's relationships. But really, it's a reflection of their need to do the inner work and their need to nurture their self love and see where in their own lives the love needs to be nourished and nurtured.
That was really beautiful. And Dr. K was going to add on something.
Yeah, to respond to your question, Dr. K, I was responding to the question of how love can be damaging, if that's anything important.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So this is where self-work is so important again. when you delve into who you are, and when you understand that, you're not going to hear me mention Carl Jung or Sigmund Freud too often, but this is one thing we all agreed on. When you look at how a person approaches a thing, essentially they approach everything that way. It is a part of their signature, right? It is essentially who they are. Now that evolves over time through trial and error, and of course with approval and disapproval of the world, and that begins with your parental units. From the time I was able to remember when it came to toys, right? I took all of my toys apart and put them back together. They didn't always make it, right? Some I figured out very easily, like Transformers and G.I. Joe, but Teddy Ruxpin, not so much, right? And then my grandmother taught me how to sew, right? But I learned very quickly I couldn't talk to my male friends growing up about sewing because that was a girl thing to do. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with girls? I was attracted to girls at a very, very early age. I always knew there was no question, right? So I couldn't understand this like unnatural revision to what was so natural, right? Now, this is where you have to do the work, because when you understand what magic really is and how powerful your mind truly is, this is where we get to saying, be careful what you wish for, right? Because you will magnetize it to you. So what you think you want, that fantasy you've always had, you'll bring it right to you. And you will receive love, or what you think is love. And your ego will be broken, because the heart, now we can argue this because this is eternal wisdom and you already know this, but to experience it is something different, because you have to remind yourself, right? You have to remember, you have to gather all the pieces. Your heart works best once it's broken. If you look at the best people, the women who carry whole neighborhoods and whole movements, right? They've suffered more heartbreak than you can ever experience because they love unconditionally. Everyone gravitates towards them because they know exactly what they're going to get: unconditional love, right? And it's so automatic, we don't all truly see it for the power that displays until we experience that heartbreak. You have to lose something. You have to lose an aspect of yourself, because this is going to happen whether you choose to or not, because that's the way things work here. The sooner we learn that, the better. But this is where emotional intelligence comes in. This is where questioning why you are who you are comes in. And the benefits of unconditional love are, you don't have to necessarily worry about the same things you used to, because this was based on something. When everything is based on love, there's no need for an umbrella, so to speak. There's no need for a security fence. I'm not talking in the literal. I'm talking about the powers of your mind, because this is ultimately where the heart rests.
I like that we've spoken to the sphere of conditioning and how powerful the conditioning in our childhood is, and how the childhood conditioning has taught us to play roles, and how those roles have caused us to roll on the floor without walking upright. And so there is this powerful current that we're drawn by, which is almost removing the natural childlike love from us as children. And this is obviously, Pink Floyd was obviously very captivated by this when they wrote The Wall, as we all know. It's so on point. And my son is very wild. He's almost too much, but he hasn't been taught too much of the role playing. I've kept him away from schools. He gets his school online, and like it's with a Cambridge syllabus, and it's like we watch the teachers closely. You know what's being said, what's going on, and after the class, just get a catch up with him and say, by the way, what that teacher said, there. I don't know about that. So he's got a well-grounded, don't take on too much conditioning. But unfortunately, most children are in school and they get brainwashed into, what is it these days? Critical race theory. I don't know much about critical race theory, but it sounds like a lot of nonsense to me. Like we're meant to be critical about race, you know. So, and gender. So it's gender, it's race. So racism and genderism, and these are just divisions. These are the ways in which we divide ourselves from each other. So divide and conquer. Firstly, you divide. If you want to conquer and control a group of people, you divide them. Gender, you halve them. And then within each gender, you say races. And then you've got this race and that race. And then you've divided them a number of times within those divisions. And then within the races, you divide them yet further within the economic groups, you know, rich, working class, poor. And then within those, you divide them yet again, you know, highly educated, uneducated. And we build this set of classifications in our mind so that when we meet someone, it's like, okay, what reasons do I have not to love you? Well, I'm a boy, you're a girl. Okay, there we go. I'm white, you're Hispanic, or you're Indian, or you're black, or whatever. Okay. I'm English speaking and you speak German, whatever. Okay, there you go. Or my cultural religion is X and your cultural religion. And by the time you get through the questionnaire that they've programmed our brains with, it's very easy to not want to love that person the way you would have as a child would have just loved. So I do think that like what you're talking about is on fire. And it is part of the reason why we're so lost is this indoctrination of education, where the dukes decided, well, we need to divide and conquer these people because the serfs have rebelled against us. So how are we going to recapture all our serfs? Well, they figured it out. Education. They had first banned us from reading, according to the stories that I've heard. I don't even know whether I believe them or not. But for now, let's just say, let's give it 60% of our belief spectrum. So they didn't allow us to read at pain of death or witchcraft, burnt, take your farm, your family, torture your loved ones. And then when we escaped the surfism, then they were like, okay, now you have to read. Is there something going on there? First, we weren't allowed to read. Then it was actually obligatory that you are reading, and you have to read what we tell you to read. And then we have to test you on what you've read to make sure that you understood it the way that we wished for you to understand it, or else you get condemned.
To make sure you're well brainwashed. And right at certain points, you can only read certain languages, and certain languages are only for certain classes of people, and all this nonsense, all the spell in. So, yeah.
Can I answer your question, Shaman? I don't think real love, will ever hurt anybody. For example, I had a teacher, a guru. He blocked me randomly after I made a threshold. Like I started to understand something about people in life. I got to a point where I just knew what an energy vortex does when you repeat mantras and have that thing that you know going through you all the time. After I practiced that for a while, he just blocked me everywhere. And I was like, whoa, I panicked. But something about that mantra thing got me to understand what he was trying to show me. And I didn't panic anymore. And I understood that pain that I felt for losing him was just subliminal, or not even real, really. Like, he wasn't gone, because people don't really they don't really, like, you don't really know anybody. You can't possess anybody. There's nobody really there. It's all in your head. When you go to sleep, you forget they exist. But then you wake up and you're like, oh yeah, I got this best friend over here whose name's this. I got a mom, I got a dad, I got a dog. But when you go to sleep, you don't think about any of them, but you sleep peacefully, right? So for me, when he blocked me and I practiced keeping my field in love, I didn't lose him. I understood that he was showing me a lesson. He was teaching me something about the world and about life and about loss and about control. Because, a sense of control is actually pride. Like, for example, you could live your life, get a job, buy a house, get a car, get a wife and kids, have grandkids, make yourself happy according to, cultural standards, or make yourself happy or acceptable in your parents' eyes or whatever. But a hurricane or earthquake can come and destroy your house. And so then if you think about that, you'll go, okay, so before I buy my house, let me make sure I get a house that's earthquake resistant or hurricane resistant. But then if you do that, you'll never get a house. You see? So when you have an idea that love can hurt, you'll start to operate in fear, and you'll start thinking in a way that's not love, because you'll think that love can hurt, and it's impossible. The only thing that can hurt is whatever isn't love. Love never hurts. Love always builds you up, keeps you going. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but you can tell a child that a child did something bad, and that's love, right? But that child could be downhearted by it, be shot in the spirit because he disappointed you or she disappointed you, and they'll be, depressed for a little bit. And if you don't explain that you have to teach them right from wrong, or that you have to, what you did was necessary, it was a loving thing to be a guardian, a teacher to the child, then the child will grow up in life thinking that, mistakes bring pain, that mistakes bring the opposite of love, right? And then you'll start getting a coping mechanism of not dealing with your problems and not talking about your problems with others, and you'll just keep becoming introverted, or whatever it's called. Not really introverted, but like severely non-social and non-trustworthy. But if you teach that child that, hey, I need to do this to show you the truth, and I love you, and I'm just doing this to show you what's right from wrong before it's too late, right? I'm just telling you the truth, because no one's going to tell you but me. I'm the person who's going to teach you the truth. Everybody's going to lie to you, not me though. So then that kid will be like, all right, it hurt a little bit, but I realized that pain was fake. So I don't know why I was even, disappointed in myself in the first place. I just won't do that thing again. It's easy. And I'm glad that whoever my guardian who told me that. Like, we have so many, for me, I grew up with my mother, and she's like one of those people who don't like confrontation. And so she would always lie to me all the time, like about dumb stuff too. Like, I remember when I was a child, I wanted to get a game or some kind of a toy store. And so she couldn't afford the toy, but she couldn't tell me she couldn't afford the toy. Like, what? I would have understood that. But she instead would say, we'll get it next time, or we'll get it for Christmas, or we'll get it for your birthday, or why don't you just play with it for a little bit and then we'll leave, or something like that. I don't know. It was dumb stuff that would make things worse. And I didn't understand why I couldn't just get it and buy it and take it home. And she would just not explain it simply. And I would just, because she lies so much like that, I don't trust her. I rarely talk to her, but when I do talk to her, I always expect her to be like somebody who just can't tell the truth. And she's always is like that. So I play with it for my own benefit. But I'm just saying that when you have parents or when you have people in your life who lie to you, that's not love. Protecting somebody from the truth is not love. No matter what people tell you, that's yikes. Lies will always be the opposite of love, no matter what people say. But yeah, my answer is love can't hurt.
I love the analogy with the gift. I think it's really beautiful, and thank you for that. And I've had the same issue with my son and his mum, the tooth fairy and all of that. Like, you don't have to tell him that. I was like trying to explain to my son, listen, you're not getting fair market value for your teeth. I'm trying to teach him how this world works. I'm like, your teeth are worth more than what you're getting. That whole tooth fairy nonsense is ripping you off. You ought to put your teeth on the open market and say, this is what it's worth. Who's put it out to the highest bidder? I'll pay you more. I'll give you more. I'll give you more for your teeth. But you're totally right. You know, my dad tricked me when I was a kid. One time he lied. I caught him. I waited up. I caught him with the tooth fairy story, and I was so angry that he had lied to me. I was like, you told me never to lie, and then you lied to me. What kind? But you say about hurts. I think about hurts, and it causes me to consider. When you were talking, I was hearing the word hurts being said. You were talking about hurts. And I was thinking of Hertz as in Hertz. And I think there's a connection between HURTS and HERTZ. Because when we were young and we had to grow, growing was painful. Like our knees and our bodies had to stretch and made us like want to sleep a lot. Remember when we were kids? And sometimes like your body was just stretching, and there were times when it hurts.
Yeah, those growth pains.
Yeah, and I think it's because there's more energy. That the body is bringing more hertz. Hertz is like energy, isn't it? So the moment the energy field is being expanded, we experience hertz. There's more energy. And if the energy field is being expanded beyond what is the capacity for us to endure comfortably, then we say it hurts. On an emotional level, I think this is how I feel it. So it makes me sort of consider the idea of if we put too much love onto somebody that's not used to dealing with love, then they are forced to expand their consciousness in a big way, and it shouldn't hurt unless they're resisting the love. And if someone is resisting the love, and this makes me think of when I was face to face with the adversary. And the adversary is shapeless, formless being within us all that we face when we stand upon the precipice of the abyss. And I wish, God willing, none of you have to stand on that precipice. I don't think we have to go there. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's a big drama that we can possibly avoid by like just keeping our crap together in this world. But what I noticed was this being is a reflection of myself, and the more power I put into trying to maintain my own integrity, this being wants that. It's a war. It's the war for your individuality, for who you are. I don't know how long I was locked in this battle to maintain my own sovereignty. And the being would challenge me and fight me until I'd rage up and become angry. And I'd use all that power to resist that being and to channel my force through my through my laser eye. And the more I focused and channeled, the more powerful that being became, and the more it transformed its form quicker and quicker and quicker, because it doesn't have one form. And it was when I discovered that I actually felt compassion for this being, started loving the being. It was as if I'd hit this being with a stick. It recoiled. I was like, what? You recoil from compassion, from love. And so I opened my heart with love, and the being no longer was. And that was when I saw what, Christians like to equate as the Christos, or whatever you want to call it, that first eon whose substance has basically become all of our souls. That first being that sacrificed the self so selflessly that the soul can be born. And that soul is shared by all of us. And we each think we've got the one, but we're all sharing this one soul, which is the soul of the first being. We can call that the Christos or whatever, however you want to play with the words. But that being was inside of me. And that being was the answer to the question of the being of the adversary. So it reminds me of a little song I wrote when I was young. Satan works in a church next door, right next door to God, pretends to be something he's not in a hope of reaching out. He carries all his kings and queens on his right-hand side. But the answer is love, the love that is between us, that bridges the gap between me and you and them and us, is the power that neutralizes this adversarial aspect of the consciousness field, which we all have to face on some level. And so it sort of makes me think that when someone is possessed, the presence of the Holy Spirit might be painful in the presence, because that which possesses us would recoil in pain from the presence of the Holy Spirit. And so if we are possessed by something like that's not us specifically, an aspect of the energy field, an aspect of our consciousness field, which has taken preeminence in this journey of I, but isn't I, and we can call it a demon, and it's in some way got an angle and a possession in one's heart, one of those 7: greed, gluttony, anger, rage, or all the 7 emotions, whether it's whichever one it is, they lead to all of the so-called sins that we can speak of, those qualities that unempower us. Dishonesty, deceit, all of these things come from this. And so those emotions, when those emotions are within our heart and love comes into that picture, those emotions are expelled from the heart. And those emotions, I see them as beings. And those beings become injured by the presence of the love. And when we have those beings operating in and through us, those beings are a part of us. They're part of the universal chain of life that moves through us. So they are a part of us, because there's nothing in this universe that's not a part of us, as I see it. So that being suffering, through our empathy, we realize the suffering of ourselves. So I agree with what you say, that we can't be hurt and nothing can hurt us. Though I think that any pain that is experienced anywhere in our proximity, if we're in a state of empathy, we will experience that pain and possibly identify it as our own. The more psychically open we are on the etheric and astral fields, probably the more intense will be the hit. I don't know. I'd love to put that out there to the panel.
And well, my first thought is just a very quick one. It's just that makes me think of what came to mind was that the vampire who can't handle the light, once they're exposed to light, those particles begin to disintegrate and burn up, and there's fire and there's ash, and then we know that ash can be used as fertilizer. That ash can be used for growth. I remember once doing a little ritual where I was I've done it a couple of times actually, but with different parts of me, like once my hands, once my face, where covering myself with ash and then just washing it off. And it's kind of, you know, with ash from incense, it's kind of symbolic, isn't it? It's kind of like that fire that's there that purifies us, and you could say the crops within us or all around that can grow from that. That's what was my first thought anyway when you said that.
Well,
Really,
oh, go ahead.
oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
What jumped out to me when you were speaking, Franklin, was resisting love, and that to me goes back again to a sense of lack, um, and which again is rooted in fear. And so it all really comes back to fear and acknowledging your fear. And for a lot of us, that um, fear is of being hurt, right? So we end up resisting love because out of this fear of being hurt, because um, I'm not quite sure I agree with the love does not hurt, because my experience with childhood conditioning and manipulation has been quite um, extensive, and particularly from my mother that comes up. And so I do believe that my mother loves me on a very maternal level, whether it's um, actual love or not. It is her understanding of love, and it is the kind of love that she was taught. Um, but I found myself absolutely resisting love, genuine love, for a very long time, because in turn, that is the kind of love that I was taught. I was taught that love is abusive, that love is manipulative, that love is narcissistic, that um, love can cause real physical and mental and emotional anguish, and then take you shopping the next day to make up for it. Love can be very materialistic and superficial, and all of that aside, I don't believe that my mother does not have love for me. So I think that the conditioning very much does run deeply in our bloodlines. And again, the importance of maintaining objectiveness of the self and stepping back and saying, do you want to continue this for the next 7 generations, or would you like to do things a little differently? Um, that definitely came up very strongly for me. Um, and I really resonated with Khalil, what you were saying earlier, that, and it, and again, so much of what you guys are saying, literally, like I recorded this episode of my podcast personally, and basically everything that's being discussed is are things that I have said. Um, so unsurprising. Again, I'm just like throwing up so much gratitude for being here and being welcome in this space and feeling safe in this space. Um, and being comfortable in my vulnerability to enough to share with you all. But the hurt is how I heal, and the hurt is how I grow. That Khalil was really talking about before really resonated with me very strongly. Um, and it's through these experiences of love and hurt, being hurt by people that are supposed to love us anyway, and that we believe do love us, um, that we can gain the awareness and gain the consciousness to be better, and gain the ability and the capacity to be objective and to turn inward and to see these as reflections of ourselves, to be better and to grow and to heal. So that's what came up for me.
Thank you, Petri Misa. I wanted to, Shaman, what was your question again? Because I want to make sure I say the right thing. Because you were saying that. Oh, go ahead. What were you saying?
That's a very, very good question.
No, you said that could.
I'm sorry, I got you guys
Love
sidetracked.
hurt.
You said that could someone be in love and understand that someone can be hurt by the love that they're giving?
Are you talking about that question? The question was why it is that sometimes when we give love to someone, that they recoil from love being hurt.
Yes, exactly.
Or behave and feel hurt. And it's like, I think it's got to do with humility and showing us ourselves. And love forces us to become humble. And if we're not ready to become humble, then some people can resent the love.
Exactly.
If they're possessed. Like, and we are, I believe we are often all possessed somehow. Like it's like I say to people, have you ever been greedy? You've been possessed. Have you ever been any of those 7 emotions? Yeah. Any of those 7 emotions. Wrathful. Have you ever been wrathful? We've all felt wrathful. That's the beginning of possession for me. I look at all of, if that emotion is running through your consciousness and that's the program you're allowing to take form, you're being possessed by something that's not you.
Yeah, and that's actually the main theme in the Hermetica, and that's also the main theme in the Bible. In the Bible, thing is Ezekiel, he explains that God made us all like vessels or cups, and that we, as the people who are the cups, need to take control of what is put in us. And when the Bible leaves it open-ended, but Jesus comes, a couple of 1,000 years later, and he says, hey, everybody's got evil spirits. I need to cast out demons and heal them. And so when you look at it like that, you're like, oh, okay, if I put the Hermetica and the Bible together, I can understand that the Bible's always been trying to teach us that we are subjected to different spirits and that we can act out under the influence of those spirits. But to answer your question, I think that when Jesus called the Pharisees snakes and said that they stink like graves, but they look like nice ones on the outside, but inside they're full of nothing, I think a lot of people could misinterpret that, especially when he was at the temple and he whipped people with the whip and knocked over the tables and let go of their livestock and their birds and told them that they've turned the temple into a den of thieves and robbers. A lot of people could also look at when Jesus cursed the fig tree in a weird way, because they wouldn't really understand what love is. And the Bible says that love is some incorruptible qualities or incorruptible spirits, 7 of them, which is wisdom, understanding, the fear of God, counsel, might, which is power, and righteousness. And those are incorruptible aspects of the human experience. And Jesus is explaining those and expressing those always. He's always in pure love, even when he called people snakes and foxes and robbers and liars, whatever. You have to understand that him telling you what you are to your face is better than talking about you behind your back. When someone comes in love and they tell you what you're doing wrong based on incorruptible truths or incorruptible aspects of being, of knowing who you are, where you come from, he has the authority, or you have the authority, to basically judge others. For example, if I come on this group and I'm like really obnoxious, like, and I come off mic when people are talking and I interrupt everybody, and I'm always having my points of views pushed forward, right? And I don't let anybody give their chance to talk. You guys could say, Quinty is really rude and, you know, chaotic. You know, he's causing disharmony in the chat. I don't think we want him in here anymore. And if I say, you guys are just judging me, you know, you don't understand that I'm doing this and that, blah, blah, blah. And if you don't tell me and kick me out with love, I'll never realize it, because I'll just be thinking, you know, I'm right all the time. It's a pride thing. So when you have pride like these Pharisees, you need somebody to come into you, to your face, and tell you what you're doing. Because when you have pride, you're like ignorant. It's like you're blind to what you're doing. I know that I was in pride a lot. Like I'm in pride almost all the time. But when someone tells me that I'm doing something that's hurting somebody, or I'm doing something that's hurting my own self, and I don't listen, and I just continue to do it, I'm not receiving the love they're giving. And I could be hurt by that, because I won't take the time to think about what they're doing. Just like the Pharisees didn't take the time to hear Jesus, right? They just were like, this is a homeless person, you know, coming in church with his group of homeless people. Like, why should we listen to him, right? And they stayed in their pride and they paid for it. You know, they didn't get to receive any healing or blessings from Jesus. So I think that sometimes when people are hurt by the love you give, it's a good thing. Like it gives them a chance to heal, because you just cut them. Like you cut that shield or that wall. Like Krishna would say, I've come to break the wall between me and you, or you and the everything, right? And when you read that from Krishna, you're like, okay, what does that mean? And and then Krishna would say, because you're me, you know, and I'm here to serve you, and you to serve me. And Jesus says the same thing almost, and it just takes a little bit of understanding to really take someone attacking you, it could seem like, as a gift, as a blessing. Like when you get stabbed by somebody, if somebody stabs you, grab the knife and pull it all the way through, is what Ramakrishna would say. Fall on the sword of prosecution and enjoy it.
Yeah, I think when people recoil from love, I think, you know, we've mentioned earlier how in projection people have inner turmoil and they push it on others, and sometimes that inner turmoil goes so deep as to being on the run from love. And so, you know, my example was like a prime example of that, where for decades I was shutting love out, and anytime people would try to get closer to me, I would push them away, but I never really knew it. I didn't realize that I was doing it. And so I feel like that whole process could be considered a deeper love of the soul or the spirit for that individual that has that suffering inside, to push it away to others until they have the spiritual tools and the support network to open up that inner turmoil and that that emotional wound and start to deal with that, because I feel like trying to open up one's suffering and inner turmoil prematurely oftentimes will lead to one's demise, and oftentimes by their own hand. So I feel like it's an important time that we go through, particularly because, as we mentioned, in our society, the way that we've been socialized and the lack of availability of these spiritual tools to us. They're not given to us. We need to go out and seek them and need to know where to look to find them, which is a difficult process. And to have an emotional support network right now in a world where it's hard to have a single reliable friend is a difficult thing to have. And so if we don't have close family members, oftentimes individuals suffering the most are black sheep who their families have pushed away. It can be very difficult for us to try to be able to find these tools, work with them, and try to come into a point where we're going to realize what we're doing. And Quincy makes a very important point. When we can realize that others projecting onto us their own issues is something we don't have to take personally, that can be really empowering. And that can also maybe help them question, because a lot of people are going to get defensive and start to engage in that conflict, which helps them push that blame away. But when somebody doesn't respond correctly and they say, "Oh, I'm not going to take that personally," then they get a little hint where they can think, "Oh, maybe there's something about me that's wrong," because they don't even seem to be feeling guilty or defensive about this. And so it's interesting how this dynamic can play forth. But I definitely wanted to mention how that denial phase can be an important phase of self-love, even though it's kind of a twisted blessing in disguise phase where it's really damaging to you and the world around you, and it creates conflict, and it may be feeding the egregore, like some people are like vampiric, where they take your energy. We have the Gregoria, the watchers over us, and then there's the egregore that's like kind of a spirit that's like kind of maybe possessing us, maybe influencing us from people in occult that have done a spell together in large numbers, thinking on the same page together. So like there can be that. There can be the sense where they're trying to push us into this stage of denial for a longer period of time. But in a society where we were able to find these spiritual tools and had that emotional support network, we might be able to go through this a lot sooner in life. In the society that we have today, some people don't ever get there. And it's rare that people go through this at an early stage in life. I began the dark night of the soul at 13. So I was somewhat fortunate to be able to go through the process, but it was very difficult and challenging and isolating, but it strengthened me very much. So, and with the solitude that I have, I was able to find the tools that I needed. And when I got that emotional support network, I've now been able to share those tools to the world. And for those who are looking for self-mastery, I've been able to give away what it had helped me to help me keep it, and be grateful for it and keep it fresh in my mind. Remember the importance.
That's so amazing. Yeah, and I think it's I don't know, sort of like without going to war as such. I don't mean it that way, but like being warriors, that's such a big thing to be gushing with love all the time, and to be met with pain, and we all have pain, right? Be met with a world that says if you wear your heart on your sleeve, in other words, if you're authentic, then you're wrong. You're just wrong. But obviously that's not true, but that's what we're met with from childhood. We go out, maybe in our homes, or we go out into the playground, or the media, education, general society. I have to quote Pink Floyd again, as I love to, no dark sarcasm in the classroom. Like, how much have we met that when we are sharing from our innocence and our wisdom and our love and our truth? And we meet that so much in general society, and it's only because, you know, as we were talking about mirrors earlier, because we're all mirroring each other, so we start sending these beams of light, or maybe not light, whatever it is, from our projections, from our mirrors at each other, and before we know it, like a metronome, we're all ticking in that same rhythm of let's bring shame to love. Let's bring shame to truth, to beauty, to authenticity, to wearing our heart on our sleeve, or actually all over our freaking bodies, because our heart is this beautiful eyes, and what particle of us do we not see with if we're the all, right? And so I guess we're working together to clean the great mirrors of life. But I'm going to shut up now, because actually I just want to really say hello to Moonfeather, if that's okay. Hey, Moonfeather.
Welcome, dearest Moonfeather. I just saw you appear now. I actually didn't realize you were in the group. I've been just zoning out. Moonfeather is a wonderful sister, a intuitive, a psychic reader that uses tarot and other forms of geomancy with astrological knowledge and common sense to help people find their path through life. A wonderful mother and lady, and full of intelligence and full of heart. We love Moonfeather. Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Peace and blessings to everyone. Do you guys hear me okay? Because I always got to check my audio.
Hey, Moonfeather, you sound good.
Awesome. Thank you. Because we're in Mercury retrograde. I've already been affected, so I just need to double check. Guys, oh my gosh, I'm so thankful to be here. Pardon my tardiness. I just had to, take care of a lot of things early this morning, but I am so grateful to be here. Rama, send you so much love, sweetheart. Thank you. Franklin, thank you for such a wonderful introduction. It's been wonderful interacting with you and talking with you on the phone this week. I absolutely love always talking to you. Kiki, what is up? How are you? I pray that you're doing well. Quinty, so good to always hear your voice on here. Indy, what's up? How you doing? I learned a lot of new things about you this week with your post. I'm actually very impressed. That's amazing. It's amazing what you do. Roni, what is up, Roni? Sending you so much love. Last night's show and the Ronin experience was amazing. Absolutely loved it. It was great. Petri, how are you, sweetheart? I see you. I love you. Listen, I'm listening on the side. Absolutely 100% resonate with you. Guys, warning, I am coming in hot because I want to catch up. Okay, so all right, just want to express what's in my heart and share some information with you guys. What did I want to talk about first? Okay, first of all, let me make a quick connection, which I just learned last week. Okay, and I know that Franklin touched on this a few lives back on the round table, right? And I'm so glad that you brought it up now, Franklin, because I absolutely forgot that I came across this information. So you're talking about the lobe, right? And that you say it's connected, has some type of connection to love. And what I learned this past week, I came across this one doctor that he's called Dr. Jack Cruz, and he is a doctor of quantum biology. Okay, and in one of his lectures that I found, or it was a quick snippet of a lecture that he gave, is that in the cochlea of the ear, they found out that there is melanin. Okay, and when they looked deep into melanin biology, they found that melanin has the most efficient, let me see if I could get this word correct, photovoltaic. Now I had to look what that's, because I'm not, I need to look at definitions. All right, people. But basically, but it's far from being basic. What I found out is that it's a solar cell that converts sunlight directly into electricity, or AKA energy, right? And this doctor believes that melanin in the cochlea, that there's melanin in the cochlea because it turns and it absorbs all electromagnetic energy into usable information, right? And then also in the study of melanin biology, every living thing has a level of melanin in it, right? And every single five senses in that the human body has also has melanin between it and its environment. Okay, so the next question that should be stimulated is, why do we have melanin attached to these senses? What is its purpose? What's nature trying to tell us about melanin? Now, that's a whole other show. I just wanted to touch on that, which I pray we could touch on this one day on the round table, because I think it's extremely important, because history has proven that, melanin is not only prevalent in biology, but it is also extremely, extremely spiritual, right? And, history shows that it's undeniably has been targeted and harvested. But anyway, getting on to the topic at hand. Okay, so this week has been very interesting, to say the least, right? And I'm extremely grateful for so many things that has happened. And once I saw the topic of the round table for this week, it instantly hit me, right? And the question that came up into my mind is that what is compassion? What does compassion look like to us, or to you personally, right? What does peacefulness look like to you? Acceptance, the same for acceptance, right? Love. What does love look like and feel to you, right? What do we understand all these virtues to be in us, within us, right? In our mind and our spirit. Because I refuse to believe that these virtues are simplistic in any way. They're really not. They can't be defined. Oh, it's like this, and it looks like this, and it looks like this. Why? Because as many books as I have read or studied, which is not much, but I do hear people and interact and talk and stuff like that. I'll be the first one to say that, to admit that. But what I've learned is, just when I think I understand these virtues, what they should look like, whether it's in myself or outside of myself, I learned that I know nothing. Okay. My biggest lessons when learning about grace or compassion, peace, love, is experiencing them through my own, right? Through my own interactions and experiences with others. And a majority of those experiences have been traumatic experiences in my own walk, in my own life, right? When I didn't understand about what self-love is, or to have self-love for myself, I never even bothered to look deeply and to ask why. Why am I going through these traumatic experiences in my life? Because I come with good intentions, but I'm always met with adversity and abuse, So there would be that disconnect with myself, disconnect with spirit, disconnect with others, right? Spirit had to break me in order to fix me or put me on a path to fix and heal myself, right? Which self-forgiveness had to be first. That's what I learned. I couldn't do anything else until I learned how to forgive myself. And that's really, really, really hard because I didn't even understand what that looked like. I didn't, right? And I had to be honest with myself, especially in this point in my life, with how I accept love from others and not compromise my boundaries. Because I have to be honest with myself and understand who I am and understand the divine feminine within me, right? And what's that? I'm love. I give life. I'm a nurturer. I create. I heal, right? All of those energies of water and earth, right? But then at the same time, I'm air. I'm fire. I'm shadow. I'm chaos. I'm a terrible force to be reckoned with. When you mess with me, when you mess with my family, when you pass my boundaries or you try to break my boundaries, right? I may very well be on this journey of love, joy, positivity, and learning to grow in spirituality with myself and being conscious, present, and empathetic to others. But I refuse to stay in that same energy blindly, but right? Just because I'm afraid of what people might think of me if I express a difference of opinion or stand up for my boundaries, or afraid of judgment. Oh, she's always talking about love and light and trying to be judged, but then no. Because although there may be many facets of love, compassion, and healing, etc., there are even more facets of abuse and manipulation, thus having to protect myself and my energy. But the biggest lessons that I've learned to controlling my emotions is to be wise enough on how to express myself, to be in my truth, to listen to spirit. And what else is spirit but my higher self, right? In order to show grace unto others, to show mercy, to show compassion, bring peace, you know what I'm saying? Love, even in the face of adversity, and still not be moved from my path. And even if that means having to walk away from friendships or relationships, thus sharing a particular sensitive issue or experience that I went through recently in the round table a couple of days ago. Okay, so being able to communicate and successfully express my feelings by being emotionally intelligent brings me healing and gives me solace that in this point of my journey, I see that I have evolved spiritually, intellectually. And how do I know that? Because I see all of the blessings that, well, first of all, I'm definitely not the person who I was prior, right? I'm so grateful for that. The relationship between my children are amazing, okay? And mostly because I see the company that I keep, which is my vibe tribe, which is you guys. You're all awesome, right? And the testimony to that, I'll give a quick testimony to that and how you know you're vibing with the people that you decide to associate with is we have so many syncs on the round table. I have so many syncs with Kala, so many syncs with Ronan, so many syncs with everybody live on the show. You know, for example, last night, which if it wasn't for Patri telling me about it afterwards, I completely missed it because the live was just, it was hot. Everybody was coming in. It was great, right? So Petri was very nice to ask to pull some cards for her. And the only reason why I'm saying this is because she publicly asked for it. I would never talk about anything that's done privately one-on-one with me. So Petri has said, "Oh, put me some cards. I want all of them," because she's wonderful. I love it, right? So boom, boom, boom. So on the tarot, I pulled a strength card in reverse, okay? And then one of her number cards, her angelic number cards, was 2.
Oh, you hit mute, Mooney.
Oh, sorry. What did you last hear?
Number cards.
You pulled the inverted strength and then the
Okay,
number
yeah.
card and then you cut it.
Okay, so then I pulled the 222 angelic number card, and before even doing that, Kiki was already talking about the number 222 in the chat prior, right? So that's synced there, okay. And what Petri had confessed to me in our side talk after the show, she's like, "Listen, you know that earlier during the year, I had some cards pulled for me. And if I get into the story wrong, please, Petri, cut me off and I'm going to know." Okay. Somebody had pulled a card for her, and she had, in the beginning of the year, her future card that was given to her was the strength in reverse. And we are at the end of the year, and she got the same card, right? So that she interprets that however she interprets that, right? I'm not here to say the interpretation, but I'm talking about the syncs, right? And when you walk as truly as you can in spirit, those connections happen. And then she says, "I don't know if you realized it, but in the chat, I had said that my mother's birthday is 2/22. How beautiful is that? I love those synchronicities, right? Because that's how you see where you make more of a connection with love, with compassion, with peace, with grace, with empathy, is because all of these synchronicities come into your life and they say, yes, yes, that's right. That feels good. That's amazing. And then you're just like 3 inches off the ground every time, right? So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's continue this topic. It's amazing.
I'm so glad that you shared that with me because that was really such a big thing for me. It was such a great way to see um, where I started this year and where I am currently at the end of this year, where I'm finishing it. And I actually pulled those cards myself. It was done in a group setting, but I had pulled them for myself. And yeah, I really appreciate the sync and um, just the constant reminders that you're on the right path and you are vibing with the right people is very reassuring. Um, I loved what you said too. I love so much of what you said, Mooney. I send you so much love all the time. Um, but first of all, I think that how you started out the topic of melanin in the ear, that is incredible. That is such a cool fact. But it also is a good reminder for me the fact that melanin is spiritual, and to be reminded and remember that in our society, melanin has been portrayed as dangerous or less than or fill in the blank, and so um, there is this kind of like conquest or like divide and conquer mindset that we still see and that I have been seeing come up more recently, um, coming back into the foreground in certain groups and among certain people. And so it's really important to keep in mind that like that mindset, that is really what is dangerous. the melanin, the melanin being spiritual should say a lot to you. And that mindset that's trying to keep that under lock and key, that is absolutely for a reason. And it's really important to be mindful of that and be aware of, the play that is at foot. You spoke so much of like humbleness, and that really is so beautiful because I think it's important to approach everything in a state of humbleness and to remember that you really don't know everything. I actually tell myself so often that I know nothing, and I try to approach everything in my life from that standpoint that I know nothing and that I can learn so much from everybody else around me. Um, and even more so, that my experiences don't matter when it comes to my opinion, does not matter when it comes to anybody else's experience. Um, and there's a lot of invalidation that happens when you get this kind of like big egotistical, sense of almost delusions of grandeur where you are coming from a place of ego and think that you fit into somebody else's experience in a way that you just don't. And you brought up also what came up when I heard you speak was mastering polarity and bringing that shadow out when it's needed and not living in it, but being able to utilize it when it's necessary, because it is necessary. It'd be like that sometimes, but that again is the importance of staying objective, of walking that middle path and being able to see everything, the light, the dark, the shadow, and all of it in between, and being able to bring these things out when they're appropriate and when they are needed. So I love everything that you said, and I really appreciate you always. Something came up before too, and I think it was Quincy that was speaking, and I think you gave an example, something about being in the chat and like being challenged in a certain way. That what um, what I heard was, what came through for me was challenges to your sense of self. And so that brought up was the first law of harmonic frequency and know thyself. And so that was a great reminder for me of the importance of that, first and foremost, of knowing thyself. And then Indy was talking about um, the denial phase. And I thought that was a really good point about denial being a pivotal part of healing at times. And it reminded me of Susan Weed's 6 Steps to Healing. If you don't know who Susan Weed is, she's a really incredible herbalist. And the first step in her 6 steps is to do nothing. And so I think that oftentimes when we are in that place of denial, and we're working from either a fight or flight, or a freeze state, really. And a lot of the time when we do nothing and we take the time to kind of just sit in our situations and like swim around in it, that's when things become the most clear and we do gain the awareness that we need to move forward. And I know that for me personally, the changes really started happening when I understood and accepted my trauma as a gift, because it did give me insight, and the hurt is how I heal and it is how I learn. So those are all of the things that spoke to me while you guys were rocking out.
It feels good. Yeah, it feels good. Oh, oh. Yes, that was perfect pitch. And no, that wasn't an angel. That was me. I just want to share. Queen, 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 can you do me a favor?
Yes. I think he froze for me. What did he say?
Yeah, you got it. Just unmute. I just want to. I need a little piano in the background for what I'm going to say right now.
Okay.
We are such love overload. We could write probably the most amazing love song right now if we wanted to, man. Salute to the young homie in the background. You're smoking with a powerful sage. You choose your company. You choose your company well. Blessings, man. Sync light all day. I have a question. Why are some of these, not all, why are some of these lovely folks here? Why are some of the single ones here single? Why are these powerful beings here single? You know what I mean? We're handsome, we're beautiful, we're smart, we're funny, we vibe high. I'd like to know, my friends. And I feel like when we're talking love, yeah, we need to. I love this little background. It makes me feel. When Quincy's talking, I imagine him behind the piano just talking love all day. That's wonderful. But that's my question. Why are we single? Why is everybody single, man?
I was hoping you were going to give the answer, the master of finesse. Come on, bro.
Oh, all right. So in my situation, I'm in life number 7, so I'm complete and whole, and so it's hard for me to have that attraction to something else because I almost repel. Like I'm kind of neutral, so I need to do things in myself and my alchemy of myself change so that I can attract. So I'm only really compatible with life numbers. Like I think it's like 3, 5, and 9. So I need to be considerate of that. I'm having a lot of struggles in my life. So and also I'm very eccentric. So I think people that follow the norm, it's a lot easier to have love in their life, but they don't know themselves and they don't know each other. So when you know yourself, it's very intimidating to people. When we're married, some people say that we're spread out intentionally, like to cover the globe. You know, we're not put too close together, so we don't overlap on each other's territory. But that's my take on part of the situation. Anybody else got something on this?
I think
That's
perhaps that
interesting. Thank you so
maybe
much for sharing that. And I haven't. Hello, something's done that a lot about life path 7. He had said like same thing about it. Do you have any insight or knowledge on life path numbers 8?
Life path number 8 sounds magical as well. Unlike 7 or like 9 or 10, 8 is not in like a state of completion necessary, but 8 is in a state of like abundance and like prosperity and like great fortune. 8 is a great number and a fabulous number, and it's a combination of 2 4s. The 3 is the soul and sky, 4 is the earth and blood, I believe, and earth and body. So 2, you're double earth and body, so you're extra grounded with an 8. And so, but with the doubleness, there's a master number of it, so that gives you mastery of that, and so mastery of that allows you to like go into other realms as well, like sky and soul, and explore that. So that's my take on it. I don't really know per se, but that'll be my my take on it. Yeah.
Wow, thank you for that, Indy. So, in other words, my soulmate is in another dimension. Okay. So he He's not in this 3D.
I'll stand in for him while you're waiting.
Thank you, Mitri. Thank you so much. Listen, guys, so if you guys were witness to my last live on the Moodiverse, I showed a picture of something that happened. And I try to have everyone please to come in and chime in and give me their advice, because I was trying to find out what the meaning to it was. From spirit, because I was so confused. So early that morning, I hear a ruckus upstairs in my room. So when I run upstairs to find out what it was, I have this very nice wall decoration that in scripts and in like little kind of diamond looking glitter that spells out the word love. So how did I find it? I found this frame broken and in the garbage, and I showed the picture to everyone who came on the show to give me their definition. I found the whole thing in the garbage, and then the fact that you just said, hey, that eight life paths are about wealth and prosperity and stuff like that. So, and I had made that comment. That spirit was telling me, listen, forget love, throw love in the trash, and just like concentrate on getting your money. So I just wanted to share that. It's so funny.
Could I add on to the 8 life path?
Please do. Please do.
So there's always multiple ways to see a thing, and all are true, because if you couldn't think of it, it wouldn't exist, and vice versa, right? When it comes to the 8 life path, the 8 is not just infinity, but it is also a mirror. When we say as above, so below, we have to remember that this is inverted. In the center of the 8, we have an X, right? So you can begin to understand what's actually being conveyed here. So while, like Indy said, an 8 will truly ground you. For anybody who knows moon feather, you know that they will actually lift you up in the cloud and you'll be able to see the sinks. It looks like lightning in a cloud, right? That's what it looks like. Well, that's the same as your brain synapses. So we're talking about literally being connected to spirit. Well, spirit never stops talking to you, right? Somebody was asking about and I shared something on the Telegram, another sync while Moonfeather was speaking, about the melanin and the sound at a lecture that Bobby Hemmett did in Detroit, of all places, about sound and melanin, specifically the inner ear cochlea. Melanin in the Sumerian cipher comes to 408, right? 408 reduces to 12. That's going to reduce to 3, where we're talking about creation, right? Before we get there, we're talking about the 12, we're talking about the icons, we're talking about the 12 synaptic nerves, we're talking about your cranial centers, right? We're talking about the zodiac. We're talking about creation in and of itself, right? So if you understand, like, if I was to give a grimoire for melanin, I would be making and writing my entire life, because we're talking about creation itself, which is also numerically equal to. We're talking about becoming. We're talking about Aquaman, right? If you understand how Aquaman operates under the sea, right? How he's able to talk to fish. This is a mimicry of what you do naturally. And the cell phone is another flash or reflection of that. This is why, I don't know if anybody remembers Super Friends, but as far back as you can go when it comes to Aquaman in media, mind you, he has a movie that's about to come out flop yet again. There's this automatic built-in deceit or laughter to ridicule, to take away from the truth of how you actually work here, right? And another numerical equal would be married. Melanin marries you to this realm. So, you don't want to get lost and prideful in this idea of, oh, I got melanin and I'm dark. That's not the way it works, right? We're talking about neural melanin, where you can actually be in tune and pick up every frequency, as opposed to just AM, as opposed to just FM, as opposed to just Sirius, right? You want to pick up every frequency because it's all ultimately you. And if it's not, this looks like or sounds like static.
Thank you, Kiki.
I love what was just
Yeah.
said there.
People are getting murked, Franklin. They're getting murked. Mercury retrograde.
Definitely, I love what Kalal was saying there, and I think it's really on point the way we misunderstand. I'm in my kitchen, so do I sound okay, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I always think of melanin as being a two-way conductor where it can turn electricity into energy or energy into electricity. And so it's what keeps you awake is melatonin. And I've always seen this connection between melatonin and melanin, and I can't quite put my finger on what it is. But the words are so similar, so I've always thought there must be a powerful connection. Now, melanin's not specifically got to do with your wakefulness. That's melatonin. I think melatonin is what conditions what the melanin does in the neural transmitting systems. But there's definitely, I think there's definitely been a lot of covering up here, probably because of, you know, I was taught in school that there's no way that African people could have made a great Zimbabwe. It must have been done by the whites. Because obviously, I mean, that's what the British came in here and told everybody, yeah? Well, the British, Dutch, whoever it was, came in there and said, like, we did it. They did it. Whoever did it. But there's obviously been a lot of subjugation of melanated skin people on Earth. And I think it's maybe why we don't know much about melanin, even though it's actually a really fundamental. I mean, there's a lot of melanin in the gray matter of the brain, is there not? So it's actually one of the, like, probably the most abundant thing in the brain. Yeah.
Possibly. I know that melatonin is when the body responds to the darkness to activate the circadian rhythm, and melanin makes the skin darker so that it can protect from the sun. So it might have something to do with the word of darkness. Darker the skin, the dark of night.
When you said that, it just reminded me of the term black goo.
We had a good weave on that before, and like a couple episodes back, I think. I wanted to talk about the ear and the cochlea real quick, and the melanin in the cochlea. But before it gets all the way there, it goes through the drum and the hammer and the anvil and the stirrup before it goes through the semicircular canals and then drops into the spiral of the cochlea. And so the spiral of the cochlea swirling around is like spirit. And all of these other things are like very material, like drum, hammer, anvil, stirrup are like very like concrete material things. And so it almost seems like the sound kind of like mirrors off of the drum, and it bounces off of the drum and creates the mirror effect that goes in through and is like being worked on by this hammer and anvil, and goes through these little canals just to probably refine the light that comes through that makes it to the cochlea for that melanin to do its work and create that spiritual energy to swirl that light in. Then it sends it into the auditory nerve. So there's a whole process there. It's really interesting with all the words and stuff, like what's really going on there. And then the melatonin, up in the inner eye, being produced there and used there to activate the circadian rhythm. That is some magical stuff in itself right there.
Yes, I think that's some. Moon Feather, you were saying something there?
Oh no, I was just thanking Indy. That's some crazy information. I love it.
Yes, totally. Thank you for that, Indy. It's wonderful, wonderful addition and expansion. Well, what we know is that the REM gates. So the REM gate is a function of the thalamus. And the thalamus working as the tissue to which the pineal gland is attached. So the pineal works through the thalamus. And the thalamus is the gates for REM. And the REM gates are controlled by melatonin. And so the melatonin has got a lot to do with your sleep. People that have an insomnia will be given melatonin tablets for this reason. And it will help them to regulate their circadian cycles, as you were saying, Indy. But it's also when you're on a expanded consciousness journey, there's an increase of melatonin activation and in your blood. So it makes you very awake or very asleep. It's the reason why you can be awake when you're sleeping is melatonin. That's an interesting concept, the whole idea of dreaming and the REM gates. Because while you're asleep, the melatonin tells a part of your brain to wake up so that you can be awake and asleep at the same time and experience dream time in an abstract sense out of the body. Now, I think melanin is more to do with if we consider that as the steering wheel of the car, I would consider melanin to be more the engine of the car, more the fuel, turning the fuel into motion so that the car can go between A and B. And the steering wheel and the gear shaft, the gear system would be how you control where you go and how fast you go, if that makes sense. So I do think that there's something that we're onto here with melanin being the ability for the brain to take spiritual information and turn it into an experience. And so I think melanin is obviously going to have a very close operational cycle, probably with the endocannabinoid system, because the endocannabinoid system is fundamentally the buffering system for the brain. And so the energy being created out of light, or light being created out of energy is a melanin. So within the pineal gland, in the thalamus, or protruding forth from the front of the thalamus, there are those triangular cells that are piezoelectric. And these cells are the same cells found in the optic regions in the eyes. And so there is this piezoelectric stimulation of these electrical processes. And so what is piezoelectricity? Well, we know tourmaline is probably the most piezoelectric substance that there is. And it means that it can take friction and turn it into light, electricity, or vice versa. It can take percussion by photons upon it to turn it into electrical. And so there's something quite profound in the piezoelectric quality. I think that melanin is something similar to piezoelectricity. Now, there is within the blood, within the red blood cells, okay, there is some kind of a energy moderation system within the red blood cells of our red blood. So I think there's 3 different forms of energy transmutation in the physical form. One's in the blood, one's in the neurochemical state, and one is in the central nervous system. And the central nervous system, which is regulated by the pineal gland, is in the eye and the pineal gland itself. And then the one in the blood acts as a generator of electricity. So the red blood cells rub against each other and actually generate charge. It's quite incredible. So the plasma becomes energized and is able to produce enough charge of its own so that it can carry the charge field of the heart pulse of the electromagnetic field throughout the system. And I'm pretty sure that the melanin must be doing the same thing for the neurochemical state in order for the melatonin to be able to change and recalibrate how the system is using melanin. I don't know if that makes sense. I hope I'm right, but this is just my basic understanding of it, and it's a work in progress. So you should all go and do your own homework. But I think there might be something to this.
Yeah, you're definitely onto something with that. The melanin is photovoltaic, so it's turning that light energy into energy within. And then you have the piezoelectric activity of the nervous system and the endocrine system, up there with the melatonin and the pineal gland is all connected with that. And then with the red blood cells, the hemoglobin uses oxygen to grab and carry uses iron actually rather to grab and carry the oxygen and pick it up and bring it to all the cells and allow us to have vitality. And so without that, without the breath, the sacred breath, where would we be? Nowhere. We need that constant ebb and flow of the sacred breath. And that's magic right there. The power of the breath is incredible. What things you can do to transform your mood or go to magical places outside of the body. When you breathe, a lot of the DMT is actually created in the lungs. When you do deep breaths, can facilitate a magical spiritual vision.
Can I interject a little for a second? Indy, what you said is perfect for this and what I want to put out there for a quick second. I want to talk about let me think how I would use the term. I want to talk about Africa, and I want to talk about the Aztecs. Both of these guys built some great structures. Both of these guys did it with human people. How did they do it? A lot of people ask. I get a lot of ads on YouTube, like from Gaia TV. How they built the pyramids? They use sound technology, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, bro, shut up. Because they're wrong. How did they do it? They use, just like Indy said, the breath, and they use the ear. They use songs. How Native Americans say God's name is Yah, Wah, Yah, Hey. And then how the Hebrews say Yahweh or Yahuwah. And then when you come together as a group of people and you sing together, you start breathing together. And when you breathe together and you resonate together with the sound of the ear, connecting the breath, connecting the muscles, connecting the blood flow, connecting the heart pumping, you become a big version of all of you. And you can do anything. You can move 1-ton slabs across, 5 miles or whatever. It is not so hard. And the thing about the ear being the shape that it is, doing what it does, connecting to the brain, hammering away with the little hammer inside of it, and just giving signals through our whole body. Like this is like superb, refined engineering. This is superb magic. This is superior and mastercrafted electronics and mechanical engineering. Like this is amazing how rhythmic rhythmic sound can combine multiple spirits or flesh or whatever bodies, psyches together to perform impossible tasks alone. When those people are alone, they can't do what they can do together, working as a unit, singing songs together, and I don't know, combining their spirits together. It's amazing. Like when I go and look at slavery in South America or in America, I always look at how they got through what they got through, and I'm like, well, they didn't have Jesus, right? Because they weren't allowed to read the Bible or anything. And I'm like, well, how'd they do it? They weren't allowed to read, write. They weren't allowed to talk in their own language. How'd they do this stuff? And I go back and look at it and I'm like, okay, they sung songs together. And even when they were told not to sing, they sung anyway. And they started humming. They first started humming, and then the oppressors started to let them, start saying words. And then those words were just sounds. And then those sounds became words. I think we have a weird idea where we think words are what things are. Like the river is a river. No. The river is water flowing. But I put a word to it, which is river or Riviera, But it's already what it is. I can name it anything. I can name a river Natua, see? And that it can mean the same thing, but I gave it a different sound. And so when we sing songs, we're just singing sounds, but we think too much about the words. And if we stop to think about the words and think about the sounds, you can find out a little more about how your body works, how things are, why babies cry the way they cry when they come out, why you grunt the way you grunt when you exert a lot of effort, or why we sound the way we sound when we're in deep erotic pleasure or something like that. Like we make different sounds, why we laugh the way we do. You can figure out why these things are the way they are if you just focus on the sounds and focus on what they do to you, and then focus on what they do to a lot of people in the same space. It's just, I love what Indy said about the breath. That brought me back. I went to Native America. I went to the Aztec place. I could see how they said the name of God and just went from there, started making different words and songs and all this stuff out of nothing. That's amazing. God bless y'all. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. Petra, are you there? Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions? Petri, maybe I'm saying her name wrong.
Petra might be busy because
Okay,
Petra is
just
at
'cause,
home alone
Hi
with
there.
the children, just in case.
No, can you hear me?
I think you need to come just a tiny bit closer to the mic.
No, hold on one second. Is that any better?
Little. I think it needs to be a little louder. I can just turn up my volume to hear you. That's no problem. I
Petra,
was just...
just one moment, Ramai, if you would. Petra, sometimes I've noticed with StreamYard, if you pop out and pop in again, it refreshes the system and it will give you a clarity again. Sometimes when you move around, I don't know why it does this, but I don't know if you can hear me. I hope you can. Try it, because you might then, and we'll be here waiting for you. It will only probably take like 30 seconds. And then you should hopefully be able to be speaking normally.
Yeah, maybe someone else can go in the...
There are some settings in the audio part where you can take off, echo canceling and stuff.
Is that any better?
Yeah, that's great. I was just going to ask, well, just a couple of quick questions. One, just because we're talking about sound, and I guess Mooney might have some feedback on this too, but also because I know the training you're doing with birthing, just the connection of sound between a mother and a baby during the birthing process. You know, I'm not sure. I know we're told babies always cry. I have no idea if this is true or not, but also, yeah, just that mother-child connection in birthing with sounds, or the sounds a mother might be making whilst birthing. And then just the second question was, myself and someone else in the chat were just curious in terms of advice for a long-lasting, beautiful marriage like you have with your dear husband, George, who we all love too. So yeah, that was it.
Pick a good husband, like Georgie.
Well, I definitely feel that I definitely must have done something right in a previous life to be so blessed to have the partner that I have, first and foremost. I don't know what that might have been, but I like to think of it that way. But I also, a lot of it came, I believe, from my self discovery and from wanting to be better. And when I decided that I wanted to be better, I brought in somebody who could show me how to be better and support me in being better, and who finally showed me that example of true unconditional love. And when I was able to know what that really is, I was able to apply it to myself. And that is when I was able to start loving myself. That is when I was able to start trusting myself, accepting myself. That is when I was able to start living without my fear and facing my fear. And so a lot of it is my own inner work, and believing that I have much more powerful capabilities than I've given myself credit for throughout my life. That I am worthy of love. That I'm worthy of love. That I am able to receive it, and I am able to give it in its true form. Because I haven't been an easy person to love, and that's just the truth. Because I have been so broken for a lot of my life, and it takes a special person to come into somebody's life, somebody's broken life, and really see the beauty in them, and be able to give themselves enough for you to be better. But you have to. I mean, I had to want to be better. I had to know that I had that in myself as well, and I was just given the right partner to aid me in my self expansion. But the sound, and I don't know if that's like really, I don't really give relationship advice, so I don't know if that was what you were looking for. But as far as sound and its relationship to the birth process, there's absolutely a correlation between those two things, because the throat chakra is connected to the cervix. And so the way that you use your voice and the vibrations that you put out into the world during your labor can it can help your labor progress and it can hinder your labor's progression. When your throat is very tight and constricted and you are just super tense up in your throat, your cervix will not open. But when you give very low tones and you stay with your tones, and you allow your throat to open and relax, and you release the tension in your jaw, and just allow yourself to let go, that is when your cervix does what it is meant to do. There's a direct connection there. And as far as babies crying, also when they're born, there's a very physiological reason for that, to get the surfactant and all of the fluids that they have been acquiring in their respiratory tract out. So it's not only a declaration of their entrance into this world, it has a real physical purpose. So, and you see babies that kind of have a hard time coming into their bodies, or just need a few minutes, and that's okay. But they don't breathe right away because they don't cry. So that's why, like, everybody kind of, not everybody, but a lot of like mainstream medical people, they get very nervous when they don't hear a baby cry, or there's like this, this very knee-jerk reaction to get a baby to cry and to stimulate a baby, when if you just let them come into their body and come into their own, like, a little bit of awareness that they have at that point, they actually do that on their own. They don't really need the stimulation. So I hope that answered your question. If there's anything else that I can answer for you, please let me know.
Very
Beautiful.
beautiful
I was
answer.
curious.
Sorry, Ramar.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just answering.
I just want to welcome Soraya quickly, if that's all right.
My apologies.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful answer. Totally beautiful. I wanted to welcome Soraya before the conversation moves away from this particular topic, because she's a mother with lots of experience. So she might have some wonderful insights to share. Obviously, she's brought a number of children into this world, and there's nothing like actually getting it done. Welcome, Soraya. Soraya is a poetess. She's a cosmic lady. She's staunch in her strength. She's a grounded lady, a mother, and we love Soraya because she's authentic. Welcome to this space. Thank you for giving us your time and your energy, dear Soraya. And if you have anything to add, if you have been following the conversation, if you've been able to, the beautiful sharing from Petra just a moment ago about how the throat chakra and the womb are connected is so beautiful. I'll add to that later after Ramar's had a go. But if you've got anything you'd like to add to that and say your own piece of welcome. Hello.
Hello, everyone. I did follow a small part, but I do not have anything to add at the moment because I like the flow of the conversation as it is.
Dearest Ramar, I'm so sorry I interrupted you. Please continue.
No, that's absolutely fine. That's right that you should at that moment. I was only going to answer Petra's question. She's asked me if that covered the question, and all I was going to say is, yeah, actually, I just whatever knowledge or intuition or heart or mind, soul sharing she had on that, I was open to it. Really, I didn't have any particular expectations, but yeah, I was also going to ask Moonfeather, and well, only if she wants to, of course, Soraya, because believe they're both mothers too, what they thought of the process between mother and child with sound when birthing, whether that sound is coming from the child or the mother or in unison, like what that was, because obviously we've been talking about that today with Moonfeather brought up that amazing thing about the ears. So yeah, and Quinty's been dropping some gems too about that too, the horn and the ear. So obviously that's absolute pure love, that bond. And we are talking about love partially today between the mother and the child there. So that sound, that primordial emanation between mother and child is, I don't know, I'm not a mother yet, but that's fascinating to me.
Are you with us, dearest Moonfeather?
Yes, I'm right here. Do you hear me okay?
Yeah, Mama, we hear.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you for the question, Rama, and Patri, your response was amazing. Thank you. Um, it's wow. The connection as far as sounds and voices between a mother and a child goes extremely deep. I think it goes extremely deep. I think one time I had given a testimony of when I was pregnant with I would say with either Hannah or EJ, and I would always sing this one song while I was pregnant with them. And then when I went to go, I gave birth to them, and you're in the hospital usually about 2 days, and then you're allowed to go into the nurse. You could go to the nursery, I would, nurse and everything. It was EJ. So he just was crying. I didn't know what was going on, and he just felt irritated and stuff. And so what I did, the only thing naturally, my natural instinct was just to sing. And I sang the same song. Instantly became quiet and soothed and healed. So I was like, I even shocked myself. I was like, what? I thought that was so amazing. I absolutely thought it was so amazing. And of course, you also hear about moments where the baby is born and the baby starts to cry, and as soon as the baby hears the mother's voice and is laid on the baby's chest, because that's what they did to me, I would talk. I would just, and instantly, the baby would be soothed. So that's extremely, extremely powerful. And in my cases, I've dreamt about my I think about maybe two of my children before they were born. So the connection is, of course, so very, very deep, but as far as sound, absolutely. And then instantly, it's always related to just feeling loved and feeling soothed. And that's just how the energy is, and that's the vibe, that's the connection between the mother and the baby, for sure.
I
love
love
that,
that
Mooney.
description.
Thank
You
you.
know what? The first sound that a baby hears in the womb is the rhythmic sound of the mother's heart. So when you put an infant who's just been born on a mother's chest, directly skin to skin, it brings them into their most natural and well-known state. It brings them peace and solace. So sound is absolutely so powerful. Um, but also, it's what these babies hear throughout their time in the womb is the mother's voice before they hear other people's voices. So the frequency of the tone, your intentions, your emotional frequency, what you are putting out on an energetic level by these babies. And so that is one way that trauma is handed down right from the get-go, is from you being witness to it and experiencing it on a very physical level in your mother's womb. And so that's why emotional intelligence is so important, especially for pregnant women. But singing is, there's something about singing and rhythm that it gives us in my, this is just my opinion, but it brings us back to like our most innate primal sense of self, and has the tendency to really ground us and soothe us. And that's why a lot of women, definitely Mooney, I've had experiences like that with my children as well. Even just last night, my son has not been feeling well, and he woke up in the middle of the night quite sick, and he was just so restless. And I think that a lot of people might know that my husband is a musician, but what you probably don't know is that I sing also, and I sing all the time. So my children have heard my voice, um, and have had this connection to music and to song from quite literally the beginning of their existence here. And the only thing that would soothe my son last night was my voice, my singing voice. And so I had to sit with him and sing to him until he relaxed enough to fall asleep. But it brings us to this sense of maternal nurturing, comfort. It makes us feel safe, because it brings us back to the ultimate place of safety, which is our mother's womb.
That is so on point, you know. And I want to add to what you were saying earlier, because it really hit a note for me. Actually, I want to also add to what Moonfeather was saying. Okay, I think I forgot that, but it will come to me. It will come to me. There's 2 points. This was the first point that Ramar brought up, that you sort of really put the nails into the substance to put it together. Was you mentioned the connection between Visuddhi chakra and Svadhisthana chakra. Now, as we know from a Vedic perspective, it is commonly understood that women root themselves, ground their energies in Svadhisthana chakra, and men ground themselves in Muladhara chakra. And the Muladhara chakra is the base chakra. Svadhisthana chakra is the sacral plexus, the cauldron, the womb. The Manipura chakra is the solar power, the beneath, just above the navel, and the Anahata is the heart. The Visuddhi is the throat chakra, and the Ashna chakra is the center of the head. And the Sastra, well, we don't need to discuss that because it's not really relevant. But the connection between the Visuddhi chakra and the Svadhisthana chakra, the throat, and the womb chakra, the sacral plexus, is a very interesting one. And I'm actually going to draw attention to the label of this talk. So I'm going to put this in terms of the chakras, these words above there. So gratefulness, to be full of greatness, to be grateful. Muladhara, root chakra. Gratefulness is the base. It has to do with the fullness of all the other qualities, filling it up and expressing it in terms of generation. The seventh principle of Hermes. Joyfulness. Jai from Vedic Sanskrit means praise. Joy is how we express praise. Joy is also what makes us sing. Let's just keep that in the back of our mind. We sing because we enjoy singing, and we sing because singing inspires joy. So joyfulness, Jai is where all the Vedic hymns come from. Jai means praise. Jai Shiva, Jai Krishna, Jai, wherever you say Jai. So Jai and joy, there's a connection. So I see joy as being an extension of the sixth principle of Hermes, causal cause and effect, the causal manifestation of cause touching effect, which brings the joy of generation into being. And then the peacefulness is that peace that is full. There's a little bit of a mystical thing here. So mani pura, mani means a gem, and pura means all. That's what the word means. So mani pura is the gem that touches all, that fills all the spaces. Saturn, think of Saturn's ability to construct. So Manipura is peacefulness. Peacefulness is also what brings Saturn into alignment, under control. When Saturn and Mars get together and the peacefulness is disturbed because of the joy and the energies of time getting mixed up, the pendulum swings from joy to sadness and causes friction. So that peacefulness balances the state of Saturn. So the Manipura, the gem that touches all, peacefulness, the word is similar to Manipura because it's a piece, just a piece that is full. The fullness of one piece. The one piece that can fill up everything. So peacefulness is quite an interesting concept if we look at it. Then we go to acceptance. So acceptance is the power of the heart, anahata. When we accept our feelings, we're able to come to terms with our feelings. We're able to put them into perspective. Now, our feelings are how we experience energy motion. Energy motion is the conduit of sound. Hermes' principle of sound is what brought the universe into being. Hence, the quantum entanglement of love had to become an extension through which sound was able to bring us to the accepting of reality, which is the unstruck sound. Acceptance is unstruck sound. So acceptance relates to silence as well. When the mind becomes silent of its own will, silent of its own choices, silent of its own needs, we're in a state of acceptance, able to move into the state of compassion. Compassion, Visuddhi chakra. So when we're in a state of compassion, all these separate passions that are the elements that drive our joy from Svatisthana chakra. You see, joy moves with sadness. Because wherever you have joy, you have a shadow of sadness. They work together. And so the pendulum swings to joy, sadness, joy, sadness, joy, sadness. And our body of desires are designed to move us towards joy and sadness and try to navigate away through the cause and effect of time and space to bring us that which we enjoy and keep away that which makes us sad. As the polarities of being, the 2 points that the pendulum of fate can touch, which is the expression of peacefulness, which is the peace that fills all things. That's the map. The peace that fills all things is the map according to which this reality has been structured. You can relate to that as the masculine manifestation of Abraxas, if you will, and the law bringer, bringing the law, because the law touches all aspects of that which is encompassed by the sphere of time. So we can backward engineer back to the point of compassion and realize how compassion and joy are connected. Because when we're in a state of compassion, we resolve the joy and the sadness. And we are no longer able to be touched by joy and sadness. So there is this very powerful connection, because joy and sadness are the instruments of passion. Passion is designed to achieve joy or sadness. And it is joy or sadness that drives the passions. And those passions are what create the generation that brings us the fullness of greatness, that great fullness. And when the great fullness of a man is inside a woman, he fills her with joyfulness. And the joyfulness becomes a praise which brings the peacefulness into the womb, through which the acceptance of compassion can bring love, so that the soul can journey from the Visuddhi right through. So the soul actually has to travel through the Visuddhi. This is the point. So through the woman's body, the light conduit opens, and the quantum entanglement process of what we can call Mercury, the chemical wedding, has to take place in the Ajna chakra between the Ida and the Pingala, the pituitary and the pineal, or the thalamus and the hypothalamus, which are the instruments through which the pituitary and pineal respectively operate. These have to be in a state of harmony and conduit balance so that the soul can travel from Sastra chakra, which is that unified field of one, but that unified field of one is a mystical expression, and it is actually expressed through Ajna chakra. This is why the Aum, which is the Bij mantra of the third eye, is actually in the home of Sastra chakra. And so there's an interesting relation going on here. The Hum, which is the Bij mantra of Visuddhi chakra, right, is actually from the point of the third eye chakra. And so we go down and down and down. There's a relationship between the Hum and the heart, even though the heart's Bij is Yam. And so we see there's the step up and step down generation of energy when we consider the subtle mechanics of the spiritual bodies, how they're aligned into this mechanical system. But the soul has to move through this point, and this is the point where the Ida and the Pingala get created. So there's a single stream of consciousness up to the Visuddhi chakra, and that's where it splits, so that the vagus nerve can carry the different essences through the different points of the 33 interactions down the spinal column. And so this so fundamentally what Petra was saying about how the throat chakra is expressing into the sacral plexus. This is why magic works. This is why mantras have power. This is why you can change reality with words, because the reality is affected by the causal influence of our passions. And our passions need to be directed and controlled by compassion. Com is the communication between passions, but compassion is a singular stream. So when we speak about compassion, we're speaking about water. When we're speaking about passions, we're speaking about this stream or that stream or that stream or this stream. But somewhere along the line, there's a point where all water comes from one point, which is water. And that water separates into all the various different little streams that we experience further down the proverbial mountain, which we experience as different passions. So this idea of the soul actually traveling through the woman's body is such a profound concept. And it is because of the man's generation into the woman, powering her system with his seminal fluid, which is bringing a high voltage of energy, of hormonal potential into the woman's body. It amps up her energy field to the point that it becomes exponentially great enough that in her state of her throes of orgasm, she's actually able to channel a being right through her consciousness field, that it can make a route into the actual Svadhisthana chakra center, which is the womb. And it is the voice that calls that being. So it is when the woman is making love and she's like, ah, that sound is calling the other soul in through her body. The sound of her breath moving through her lungs is calling the being to actually move through her physical consciousness vehicle and find a route so that it can start to make a little, like a point where it's got a connection. And slowly but surely, that connection evolves to the point where it's generated different forms of tissue and it can start to find a place to exist. Anyway, this is a Vedic concept, and it seems to be reflected in a lot of the occult cosmologies. But I thought I'd add that because I thought it's fascinatingly interesting. And it also gives us an idea of how these 6 words relate to the 6 chakras. And obviously I didn't do that on purpose. It's just how it works. But when you look at them and you consider what they mean, it seems there's obviously something driving our words, driving our purposes that we're not always aware of. But I'll leave it at that because I'm sure there's a lot of people who got a lot of lovely information to share on this wonderful topic. And Petra, my gosh. Oh, Moonfeather, what else was it you said? There was something you said that really hit a note. It was also to do with, I will come back to that when I remember. Hopefully someone will mention it. But thank you guys for so much beautiful wisdom.
Franklin, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, whole word. You said a whole word. That is amazing. And just to touch up on little things that you were talking about when you mentioned water, then I thought about amniotic fluid. When you were talking about this, the soul coming in through, right? Through the crown chakra. I thought about the soft spot on a baby's head after it's born, right? It takes time to close. That is like an open avenue still for spirit to come through, and the soul. I'm just thinking, I don't know, these are just things that were just coming into my mind. But what I wanted to add to Petri's comment, which thank you so much, because now it's opened up like crazy questions in my mind, or things to really meditate upon when we were talking about singing, right? So Petri admitted that she is a singer as well, right? So, and her husband is a musician. They know everything about frequency and tuning and all of that real music professional stuff, right? So if anyone that's out there that might, that there is a connection with singing and the voice connection and with the mother and the baby, right? What I just realized is, okay, Petra said that she's you know, that she sings, and then she sings to her children and it heals her. Oh, but then, you know, maybe she knows which frequency to tune into, because this and that, it's, you know, just something very ignorant like that. But I'm not a singer. I do not know how to tune my voice into the love and healing frequency, because right, there is a love healing frequency hertz. There is a particular number to love. There is a particular hertz for healing, right? I find them all the time on YouTube, right? So there's something to say about when I would sing to my children, even though I'm not a singer, but it's the energy of love from my soul through my voice to my children, that I would say like automatically auto tunes it onto the frequency of love. Auto tunes it automatically onto the frequency of healing, you know. And then it's amazing, because then it becomes embedded into a child's memory that brings them joy and happiness and love and connection even more with their mom, right? Because it's crazy, because the other day my daughter, she wasn't feeling good, right? And she's 14 years old. So I remembered that when they were younger and they were kind of like fussy, they didn't want to sleep, I'd have this time, they'd have to be in their beds, and I would stand there and I would sing to them a lullaby, mostly, you know, You Are My Sunshine, little songs, right? And they would knock out. As hyper as they would knock out. So I sang the song to Hannah that I haven't sang to in a long time, right? Because when they get older, you know, kind of grow out of it, whatever. Oh, but it instantly, you just saw her face light up. It instantly brought her back to that moment. And she's like, oh, Mom, that song. And then she sang it with me, and we just had an amazing connection. It was great. But I just wanted to just express my thought on that connection, that, you know, like your intent and your energy that comes from your heart, that comes from your soul, when it's voiced, automatically auto tunes to that frequency, which is, it's wild to me. I don't know if you guys understand, but for me, it's just wild. It's wild.
You can't tell a child that its mother can't sing and is in the most beautiful voice it's ever heard. is the first it hears, right? When you understand the idea of the first cut being the deepest, we experience pain long before we're entered into this world physically through our mother, because everything she feels, we feel, right? So when she sings, how can you tell a child she's not singing to her? It's the most beautiful thing you've ever heard. You see? So if you remember, for anybody who may have seen the movie, and this is going to bring us right back to love, right? The ultimate center. Anybody who may have seen the movie Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one, I believe, there's a part where they're hanging a lot of people, including children, right? And the children begin to sing, right? The people who are about to be hanged, they all begin to sing. And I've seen a lot of confusion about that scene. Like, what is that really trying? What is it trying to say? Well, they're thankful for life, right? They're thankful for everything. They're even thankful for death because it's a part of life. Now, that's a very loaded thing to enter into a child's movie, which that actually is. But they take the gloves off when it comes to the children. So again, understand what's actually being conveyed, because the power of singing, the power of music, sways and moves the world. Is arguably the most powerful muse. The idea of a muse itself comes from music. And this is ultimately about the love, but it's the medium we're in. We live in a universe, which means one song. The Matrix will reward you for speaking up, because you're supposed to use your voice. You're supposed to join in. It's supposed to be a choir. We have space for solos, of course, but sing, join in.
Hello, I absolutely love the pirate, everything that you said, especially the Pirate of the Caribbean reference, right? So those children, as you said, right? And I'm sorry if it's a spoiler alert to everyone, right? They were being hung, right? In the movie. So they were singing, but do you know who they were singing to? They were singing to the mother, the great mother goddess Calypso, to come and bring justice to their pain, provoking her love, right? Which is wild, absolutely wild.
That's exactly why they had to show Calypso being released later on in the series. Excellent. That's right.
Yep, exactly. Oh my gosh, I love that whole movie, the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, for sure.
This brings us back to another point when it comes to frequency. What we're talking about, like the heart frequencies, and there's multiple. There's some that go right to the center, but every frequency goes to the area it's needed the most. When Calypso was about to be released, remember what the blonde man said, right? Because people were saying, I release you, and they weren't being sincere, they weren't being authentic. He says you have to say it right, you have to mean it. You see?
Yes.
So beautiful what you're sharing.
You have to be on that frequency. If not, you're dead in the water.
I think it's fascinating. You talk about the heart resonance and the children, because it's the polarizing aspect in the physical body is the heart. Essentially, it creates all the polarity so that the movement can happen for the blood and the plasma, and the resonant frequency of the central nervous system has to fit within the bandwidth of vibrational mathematical cycles of the heart, so that the resonance of the nervous system, which are carrying the optic information and the information from the senses, can fit within that bandwidth too. So that's why we have 20 frames per second, right? And 20 frames per second, if you want to get it right down, is 1,200 frames per minute. And 60 times 20 is 1,200 frames per minute. Now we're going into the Mayan spectrum of the 20 numbers and the 20 digits. So there's some kind of a mathematical to the human body, mathematics to the human body that's quite profound and fascinating to observe. And I feel quite honored and quite lucky. And I think it's why I have such a good resonance with Joshua, is because I've only had one child. I waited long to have a child. And my ex-wife, she wasn't ready to have a child. And she kept like wanting to. And I was like, no, I'm not putting a baby in you. Forget it. You know, like I could just foresee that just going down south. I was like, I'm not going there. But like both people have got to be ready for that experience to bring that in, you know. And I can literally remember the very second that Joshua came in. And I knew before he came in that it was a him. And Joshua's mom knew that he was coming too. And we literally felt him coming through us while we were in the throes. And there was literally a laughter from both of us afterwards, which were our sounds of our voices. And there was this kind of intonation that was somehow talking to the soul that was making a root in the womb. And it was a visceral experience of that moment. And so probably a lot of fathers don't do this, but they really need to get wake-up call if they want to have good relations with their sons or daughters. I started singing to her belly that from that moment onwards. And I used to come and kiss the belly because of you see, when you do this, I hope that sounds not too much, sorry. It creates a resonant frequency that resonates in the center of the head, through the throat, and actually causes a reverberation of sound to travel through all the chakras. So a kiss is a very powerful thing when you consider it in terms of sound. And so I kept kissing the womb and speaking to him and singing to him, and did that until he was born. And I do think that, like, everybody's like so amazed by Joshua. They're like, I can take him to a park. He hasn't had enough stimulation with other children. That's the truth of it, because he's not in school. He's missed out something. But he doesn't know how to be shy with children. He doesn't know how to be shy. I can take him to an environment where there's like 20, 30, 40 kids, and they're playing, and they all arrange themselves in little groups, and they like all their little politics going on. And he just bombards into this group, and he's playing with this group, and he goes into that group, he's playing in that group, and he doesn't even know or care that there's like little, you know, we're in our group playing. And at first you see the children are almost like shocked, like, who's this kid just come in here and he's playing with us? Like, he doesn't ask permission. He's just, because he's not shy, he's not self-conscious, he's not inhibited in any way socially. He speaks to everybody. He's completely fearless when it comes to speaking to people. Today, oh my gosh, this is hilarious. So today I come back with him from the shop, right? And he locks the gate, and he double checks the gate that it's locked. And I was walking up the stairs, and I noticed he stopped there, and he said, "Dad, there's a council worker coming through here." And I like just stopped to look back. And next thing I hear him saying to the guy, "Excuse me, what do you think you're doing? You're parking your car in front of our house. What do you think you're doing?" I was shocked. He's like, he said, "You can't park your car there." The guy says, no, I like to park. And he says, no, you can't go park your car there in front of our house like that. And it's just hilarious. Like, he really has no, and I think that if you want your child to be completely confident, right? Like, I mean, total confidence, where they never doubt themselves, if that makes sense. That singing between the mother and the father to the child at a young age is so important. And Joshua's mom always used to sing to him while she was breastfeeding him. That's the other thing. While they're eating, you need to sing to them. And I think that what Petra's saying is such an amazing thing that everybody should write down. Those of you that aren't parents, write this down and start doing it. Yeah, like literally, you will not recognize the difference when you do bring a child into the world and you have maximized that singing. If you're not somebody that sings all the time, if you're a woman and you don't sing all the time, you better start now, today. If you're planning to have a baby ever, practice so that you get used to singing all the time, because the moment you've got a baby in yourself, you ought to be singing all the time. And you better get a bloke and tell him, listen, mate, I don't care if you sing off pitch, you better be singing at my belly. Anyway, that's my take on it. Okay, well, I hope my internet hasn't fallen off. But yeah, so the acoustic thing is interesting. The other
What
thing
about the
that
father's voice?
sorry?
Sorry to interrupt. I was just wondered, what about the father's voice? Because you're a father, and I know Ronan is, and I know we have George in the chat too, who's obviously a father. So just curious, because I used to love it, hearing my dad sing when I was a kid too, or like my dad used to come and like sit. You know, I used to have these kind of visitations, let's say, and I'd be scared at night. And my dad used to come and sit on my bed, and he didn't like sit on the edge of the bed. He didn't deny my experiences or anything. He just tried to comfort me or made me think of something else. But even though, yeah, there was definitely a bunch of crazy PTSD stuff going on in my home, but like, and I have a lot to heal with both my parents, mother and father, but like, there was always something about hearing my dad's voice. You know, even now when I hear his voice on the phone, I'll be like, Daddy, you know, I'll just expose my geekiness there, because I love to hear my dad's voice, whatever my other kind of unhealed conflicts are within.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it's like it's important for both. It's fundamental for a woman, but fathers, like, you guys got to get your crap together as well, because those first month, 2 months, 3 months of gestation, I think, like, have a powerful effect on the soul's connection with that body. And if you want the soul to be well connected in the body, in other words, you want the child to be physically strong, mentally and emotionally resilient, confident, you know, able to think coherently, all of these functions. I think that what you're talking about, the father's voice, the mother's voice, they all have to be part of the spectrum from a young age, because the womb is a resonating chamber. And if you're not using it, then you're losing it. And by using that resonating chamber, so the man should be basically, the moment that he can sense something's being put in there, he needs to be putting his hands on top of that place and speaking through there and singing through there and whispering through there and kissing. I mentioned the kissing. When the man's kissing the spot, often with his lips, it's like creating a kind of a electrical ping. And I think that that's like really something that we haven't really been taught. That is instinct, but maybe we've been disconnected from our instinct, the same way that people are disconnected from knowing that, like, the exact moment of getting pregnant. But we are quite lucky, both myself and Joshua's mother, that we both knew the exact moment that he came in there. It was very clear to me. And so it was literally, we spent like almost a month waiting to get the confirmation from the doctors that he's in there, but we knew he was there. It was just like to get this, you know. So I think it's like really being mindful, and you've got to be really mindful to a woman's cycles as a man, and feel the vibrations of a woman's cycles as they're moving through her, in order to feel that subtle difference in the cycle's energy to know now it's happened now. Literally, that you can literally tell there's a vibrational shift, there's a change. And every time you speak, sing, and kiss, it changes the frequency in there somehow. And so basically, it should be maximized. That's what I believe. Like, really, it should be maximized.
You know what I would like to know is, all right, did you guys, and this is to touch on exactly what we're talking about. Do you guys ever see the YouTube on Star in a Jar? It's about sonoluminescence. Have you guys ever heard of it?
I
Yes.
have not, no.
So it is a sonoluminescence is so if you see the video, it's very interesting, right? They were able to project a sound wave into a jar of water, and then what they actually created was a star in the middle of the water, right? So there's burning hot like light in the water. So they were able to create a star in the water by projecting sound waves there. It's very recommend you guys. So then now I'm thinking, wait a minute, the baby is in amniotic fluid for, people say 9 months, but I say 10 because the gestation, when they're first born, it's like four weeks, and then they consider it okay after 4 weeks, then it's a baby, so they start from there. I always say 10 months, but anyway, regardless. So the baby is in amniotic fluid for 40 weeks. And then we're talking about the mother's voice, which is what? Frequency, sound waves. So I'm wondering if there's light that is emitted in the belly, in the amniotic fluid, when the mother starts singing. It's a thought. It's crazy.
I think that's exactly what happens, because when you collapse the bubble under the water, it creates light. So what's actually going on here? Well, this is what we call conception. When I had my twins, I spoke to them and sang to them, and I did it like they got me unapologetically, right? And when I went back and looked at that period, because it took me years upon years, because even the idea of singing was painful, because it was a reminder, right? Because of what you actually are able to create. So what is pain, right? This is the opposite of creation, right? So like you can see how that actually filters out into every area of human relation.
Yeah, that's wild. That's absolutely wild. But guys, I am going to wish everyone a wonderful, wonderful, amazing Saturday. Sending out so much love and blessings to everyone here in the panel. Thank you so much. This has been an amazing topic, certainly on fire. Peace and blessings to everyone in the chat. I'm extremely grateful for everyone here. Soraya, I didn't get to say hi when you came on. Hi, Soraya. I'm so glad that you made it today. And
Yeah.
yes, sis. So before I leave, I want to definitely give a shout out to our amazingly talented brother Vega, and I just want to send out so much strength, healing, and love to him, his wife, his children, and we are definitely lifting you up, my love, my brother, my friend. Thank you so much for blessing us with your talent, with your inspiration. We have amazing conversations in the DM, and he's amazing. He's amazing. We love you so much, Vega. We love you so much, guys. Sending you so much love as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, dearest Moonfeather, for bringing your beautiful input. I'm going to remember what it was that you said that triggered something I wanted to respond to. The conversation is just so exciting. There's so much going on that I never got
There's
to
so much going
remember it. But I will, like, after the show, I'll be like,
You'll get it, right?
You need a pen and pad, Franklin.
I know I was talking about singing. I brought up the point of singing to my baby while he was in my belly, and then sing. I know it came after that, but anyway, it'll come to you. It'll come to you. But guys, have an amazing rest of your evening. I love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Love you, Moonfeather.
Love
lovely
you.
Love you,
Moonfeather.
honey.
Well, that's been absolutely fascinating. There's something I wanted to move the conversation towards, but before I move the conversation towards, is there anything that people want to add to that? I don't know if Petra or now that Soraya's back, or anybody else. Ronan's been quite quiet, but he might be busy doing yard work, I'm guessing. But if there's anybody who wants to add anything else, do please on this topic, because I wanted to move the conversation to peacefulness and look at another facet of the story.
All right, I want to add one thing before we move on to peacefulness. I want to mention that with love, like particularly with love for one's child or children, love comes from the mother and the father, and they can play different roles in the love that they provide to the child, and they can be on opposing ends of a spectrum of love. Sometimes the father will provide discipline to the child and make him tough and independent, whereas the mother will provide care and solace and nurture the child and make him feel loved and cared after and look after. And so sometimes those two extremes can be unbalanced, and so when one is too masculine or too feminine, it can become toxic, where one is maybe like smothering the child as a mother, not being disciplinary with the child, letting the kid wear the pants, or with a father being too disciplinary and not loving enough. And so it behooves us all to be somewhat balanced and integrate the sacred union within ourselves so that we can have a more balanced love that we provide. But both aspects of love are very necessary and important in our society, particularly. So, but that's just something I wanted to mention. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was going to say basically the exact same thing. That it is so important for both mother and father to connect immediately as soon as possible with a growing baby within the womb, because what you're providing is the energy of the masculine as well as the feminine, and you're bringing the duality of those things up front right off the bat. So again, a father also, I would add, provides confident and the logical side of life, and the just masculine wisdom, whereas the mother provides the emotional and the nurturing. So basically, yeah, just echoing what Indy was saying, for sure. But the other thing that stuck out to me was regarding the connecting to the baby in the womb, is that you see in prenatal care the absolute lack of acknowledgement of that importance um, from the care provider a lot in the medical field. There is no connection to the baby at all. And so what I'm studying, the wise woman model of care, there is a deep connection to the baby. And we do bring that into prenatal care every time we meet with a pregnant woman. And so what you were saying, Bush Whisper, about laying the hands on the belly and really connecting and allowing not only your energy, but your intention to flow through you and into the womb through the amniotic fluid and to the baby to really offer a true connection. And these babies do recognize their midwives when they are born, just like they will recognize their mother and father. And it's really astounding, I think, that people could learn from that, being that so often infants in the womb are not seen as people and are not seen as sentient beings. And yet they recognize so much of the world around them the instant that they're born. We really don't give them a lot of credit. Society doesn't generally give them a lot of credit anyway.
Wow, yes, so true. And somebody just made a comment there, and I'm thinking like, maybe I'm just going to put this out there. Maybe Petra and her man should get together and make what we can call pregnant vibes. Like a kind of a music which is designed. It's an interesting concept with men and women. I don't know. Just putting it out there with your experience with bringing babies and his experience of sound, and the two of you, it would be quite interesting to have music with the intention specifically of helping children to root into the womb. I don't know. Just thought I had to throw that out there.
I think that could really capture a baby's attention when they get a duet going or something. Then they'll like get that look of surprise, like, wow, what just happened right now? That really helps to keep them so calm. Just focused on listening, their ears.
That is really so interesting. And I have, connections with spirit babies, and another baby is never off of the table. I don't think, or maybe I should only be speaking for myself. I don't think I really consulted my but I try to be open to the soul that wants to enter, and I feel that I know my husband well enough to say that I think that he feels the same way. And that is a really interesting idea. So, whether we go into that energy, that baby making energy or not in the near future, we'll have to see, because that would be a really interesting idea, musically speaking.
Hymns that you guys could write that the mother and the father could learn to sing with the music. So it becomes like think of it as hymns. It's like an interesting concept. And I just think there's something fascinating there. And obviously the particular keys that are chosen and the pitches that are chosen, and there could be different hymns for different stages of the development. So a hymn for the first month, a hymn for the second month, or if you work them in 3-week cycles, probably you would work the cycles according to the moon, right? So it starts to get interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would think that that using the lunar calendar for something like that would be most appropriate. And there's my husband in the chat, like confirming that. All right, well, be on the lookout. Baby Messin number 3, 2024. Hashtag it.
That has been fascinating venture into real mind expanding concepts for all of us, I'm sure. For those of you that are watching, and welcome to the Third Eye Edifice and Daniela Wingrats. Am I saying that? Wingate. And I've probably missed out a whole lot of people because people have come and gone. And I never said hello to my Cherry. Hello, Cherry. Mexico left. I did say bye in the chat. Yeah. So where I wanted to take it to the next point was, if I don't sneeze, was to look at peacefulness. And I mentioned before that I see peacefulness as just when one piece can fill the whole, you're in a state of peacefulness. I know it sounds like a child's way of understanding it, but I think that to me that's how it seems. And I noticed, and that peacefulness connects through compassion, because compassion amalgamates all passions into a single stratum of compassion. So all the passions become singular. So the multiplicity becomes singular. And so all the passions become compassion, which is the refined form of the emotional expression. And which is through the Visuddhi, through the where the music comes from. And this is also reflective and relevant and relative to the quantum entangling principle of the Ajna chakra, of the correspondence principle of Hermes, as opposed to the vibrational correspondence of Hermes, the second and third laws. And so this quantum entangling principle is what connects all things to other things. This compassion is what connects all passions to other passions into a singular compassion. And the heart is obviously the polarizing effect that actually creates the division of balance and polarity, so that the forces of time can express peacefulness. And so peacefulness is when the quantum entangling principles that there is a correspondence between things is expressed actually as an act. And that act is when that one piece, which is part of the quantum entangling principle, can fill the entirety of the spectrum of the structure, which is the bringer of law, as I see it. So peace, what did I experience when I went to live in the jungles? To those of you that don't know, is I spent a lot of time living in the jungles. And I lived barefoot in the jungle because it's the safest way to live in the jungle. There's a lot of things that can kill you, and you want to be in tune with the earth. You want to become an animal when you live in the jungles, because one injury could mean death, effectively. And it's a very real thing, because you're far away. You can't get help. There's no telephones. There's no communication devices. There's no step on a bad thorn, get an infection, and you might not be able to ever leave the jungle. You might die where you got hurt. So being barefoot, ironically, is the safest way to be, because you become so super conscious of the fact that you could die easily, that you become very careful in your walking, careful in your observation, careful in using all of your senses. In fact, it heightens your senses. And your senses become so heightened when you're barefoot that you'll be walking and you will just intuitively turn around and feel the presence and know, oh, there's a scorpion. There, those ants. Some of those ants are dangerous in the jungles. They can kill you. I know it's a concept to take on board. But mess with the wrong group of ants. They can bite. They got venom. They can paralyze you to a certain extent. And they can move quite quickly. And they move in organized. The first thing you notice is that they've actually got an intelligence that manages the whole ant farm. And some of the ants are big. And there's a lot of them. They'll eat you. Or they won't eat you. They will take you into their place and use you to feed their mold farm, because ants farm in mold, basically under the ground in the ant hills. But so yeah, I lived in the jungles, and what I noticed in the jungles, because that was where I went to find my fulfillment of my shamanic path. It's like work experience, if that makes no, it's not work experience. It's the precursor. it's part of the university of shamanism, if you will. To be able to go there, obviously you've got to face death and all of that. You know, it's all part of the queue, and you'll be inspired to do like mad things that will maybe kill you. And obviously, living barefoot is living quite close to death, because one wrong step and you probably die where you are, because you're not getting out of there. So, what I noticed was, in spending long periods of time in vows of silence and fasting and training, obviously training from like 3 a.m. to just about when you go to sleep at night, was that peace is upsetting. And I've explained this to people on Telegram, and they were like, no, it's not. And the first thing I was like, yeah, I thought that too before I lived in the jungles. I thought peace was pacifying. But when you dial up peace, and you dial it up, and you dial it up, you dial it up, and you dial it up, it actually becomes an intense rush. And you get so strung into the forces of time, and how the forces of time, the lords of time, operate the system, that the law starts to become revealed. And that is quite a powerfully invigorating process. And the invigoration is so intense and stimulating that the peace becomes so loud. It's the same as silence. Silence can become so loud that it can hurt your ears. Peace can become so wildly expressive and energetic and energizing that it can disturb your equilibrium. And balance can become so incredibly polarized that it takes you to the point of inertia, which seems to be, I want to say the word rot, but the word rot isn't right. But it's how my subconscious is trying to express it. It's an archaic sort of concept of going into that part of yourself which is in a state of decay. So each of the functions, if you go into it fully, seems like it's got quite a reflection on the consciousness field. So peace, I wanted to speak about peace a bit. Like what can we deduce from peace? Because the way I see peacefulness is when gratefulness enters into joyfulness. Peacefulness is the fulcrum around which these two rotate. In the same way that when joyfulness enters into peacefulness, acceptance is the fulcrum around which they rotate. In the same way that when peacefulness enters into acceptance, compassion is the fulcrum around which they relate. In the same way that when acceptance enters into compassion, love is the fulcrum around which they relate. So I thought to leave those three: peacefulness, the fulcrum; compassion, the fulcrum; and love being the expression of the quantum entangling field, which is the expression of the second principle of Hermes, which is the expression of the pure mental plane of existence, which is reflected through these seven principles to become what we think is reality. And I thought I'd put that out there. These three aspects relate to the three bodies, obviously relating to the causal body, relating to the astral body, relating to the etheric body, as the causal body holds within it the astral, which holds within it the etheric, which holds within it the physical body. And so these four states of being contain these three metaphysical bodies, which are the three metaphysical bodies used in the three worlds of the shaman through the traveling of those three regions. And obviously the etheric region is the underworld. So the fulcrum around which joyfulness and gratefulness is spinning is peacefulness. And I see peacefulness as being the gateway into the underworld. And I thought I'd put that out there as a concept. If any of you want to grab that, It might be a bit abstract. I hope it isn't.
There's definitely something to that. When one goes into deep meditation and opens up portals to other realms, it's imperative that you reach a state of tranquility to open up certain brain waves. I believe it is the omega brain waves. No, that's not what it is. Gamma brain waves. When you're in a state of deep tranquility, that allows the inner eye to open up, and a host of things can happen. But that's a beautiful process. They found actually deeper brain waves as well that Greg Braden mentions, but I have to look at my notes on that.
There's an interesting physiology component to what you're saying, Franklin. Most people, before you go to sleep, you go to the bathroom, right? And if you don't, you immediately feel some inclination of having to go once you lay down. Why is that? Because when you lay down, you're actually leveling out the body, right? So essentially, you're peaceful. So if your peace is, or if your cup runs over, so to speak, right? I'm trying to give you a physical idea of what we're talking about as a concept, right? So you can begin to exercise it through the lens of your own perspective, because it fits every single facet. We're talking about being able to hear the grievances that you have that you may not necessarily know about.
That's really beautiful, actually. I like that. Because you're lying down and you're relaxed, you can feel your bladder. You can feel your bowels. It's interesting how that works. If you ever got pain, while you're busy, the pain goes into the background. Anybody that's ever been in pain will know this, because your mind just filters it out. But the moment you stop, you're just super aware of whatever it is that's your ailment, whether it's been a toothache or an injury or I'll use the UTI as a classic example, which is sort of like really hammering home what you're talking about here, Dr. K, which is like urinary tract infection. If you've ever had one of those and you lie down in bed, oh my gosh, it just doesn't end. You'll go and pee like 5 times before you fall asleep, right? You'll have to drink loads of water. And it's so telling, because you were fine before you got into bed. You just felt a little bit not so well. But the moment you got into bed, it's like it kicks your butt. And it's interesting how that works. And it's fascinating that it's so easy to see within the physical domain, the psychological domain being reflected. Love that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, there's epsilon waves that come before the gamma waves. That's a recent discovery. That's a state of deep concentration. When you're in the gamma waves, it's a state of deep learning, meditation, fast information processing. But in epsilon, it's mystical yogic consciousness.
So,
That's interesting.
so
I haven't heard of that.
So essentially, we're talking about waves, and we're talking about something that is recently discovered, right? So we're talking about something that has been proven based on the physiology that we know already exists. So what does it look like, right? So we're talking about intuition ultimately penetrating everything from 3D matter to what we call the fabric of space and time itself, going directly to the consciousness, bypassing the body, right? Because we have to catch up to ourselves. You see, this is if you can see what I'm pointing at, this is kind of like the ultimate Ouroboros.
That's very interesting. And the epsilon symbol, which I was just looking at a moment ago, it looks like an inverted Om. Isn't that fascinating, huh? Any of you that look at the epsilon symbol, it's like kind of an E, but the bottom of the E is bigger, and the top of the E curls back in on itself. And it's like an M on its side, with the one side more accentuated than the other. Although it can also be squared off. So that's very interesting. I mean, I wonder why they called it epsilon waves. What does the word epsilon mean? Okay, we're all a little bit in the dark there. But it is interesting that they've discovered these waves that they are putting into context and that it seems like to me to be wow. I'm looking at one particular epsilon symbol, an ancient Greek sign for epsilon, and you know what it's reminding me of? It must be where the astrological planetary sign came from for Uranus. And Uranus was the first of the gods. Was he? I believe so. Uranus, I mean, obviously there's a story about how Jupiter, was it Jupiter that took over from, well, not Jupiter, Zeus took over from Uranus, and then Saturn, or did Saturn take over first? It's interesting. I think Saturn actually killed. Am I right or not? Wrong. Did Saturn kill Uranus? He did. Yeah, I'm getting a bit tired. But there's a lot of interesting stories here that we're looking at, and how time has basically taken this away from us. So that must be a dominant frequency that was before we had physical bodies, if that makes sense, which is probably why it's so hard to pick up now.
Epsilon is the most distant and most visible ring of Uranus. It's also it's kind of like a cubit or a meter for mathematic equation, like a very, very small element of that. If you, what would be the sonic reflection of as above, so below, right? It would be making a sound and then having an echo of it, right? That's essentially what thunder is. So you could argue this is what epsilon is, or at least kind of what it represents, because the idea of conceptualization, well, what does that look like sonically? Well, if we look at the Schumann resonance, right, we can begin to kind of have an idea of that, because we're talking about the idea of flow. What changes a wave, and how quick a wave has to change, or how slow rather, in order to be effective, or in order to reach the receiver versus sending the message, right? Because through the lens of time, we have to argue the message had always been sent and is constantly being sent. If that makes sense.
That's beautiful, bringing the rings into this picture. Makes me think of like the Lord of the Rings when you say that. I'm not even sure why. It's the way my picture imagination was spinning in the back of my mind, seeing these pictures that relate to the 9 rings, the rings of, one ring to control them all. And so, yeah, I think that this whole story of peace is somehow connected to what we're talking about. I think we've stumbled into this by looking at peace. because we also speak about cool, calm, and collected. So peacefulness is sort of like the highest zone of the etheric, as I see it. In the same way that you could say that compassion is the highest zone of the astral, I would say. And that unity is the highest zone of the causal, which operates through love, and love produces unity because it comes from unity. So unity is the expression of love and love's purpose. So it's quite interesting if we consider unity, compassion, and peacefulness, and how these all sort of express the same concept on 3 different octaves, and that these octaves are bound in gratefulness. That when one is truly great of the fullness, one imbues all 3 of these qualities in some way. And yeah, it's really got my head spinning. It's really got my head spinning, to be honest with you. There's a lot of interesting ideas which are being sort of thrown at the table here. And the other thing I wanted to say as well about acceptance as it relates to compassion, in the way that I think compassion has been misunderstood, because in my mind, compassion's been explained and understood to be an act. But I've always thought of compassion to be the opposite of an act, in a sense. So it's like what brings division into a state of unification. Or it is the expression of when division has been unified. It's a state where acceptance seems to be more of an act, and peacefulness seems to be more of a state. And to be full of joyfulness, joy is something, once again, that we express, where peace isn't something that you express, it's just something that you are. But joy is something that you express. And acceptance is, once again, something that one does. So acceptance is something that one does. Joyfulness is something that one expresses. And love is the way in which acceptance and joyfulness are expressed and are bound in the state of compassion. So it's quite an interesting concept here. If you look at the way these words are, some of them are active, what I'm calling active, and some of them are passive, sort of in the way that the chakras are, where gratefulness is unique because gratefulness is both a state and an act, an action to me. One can actively become grateful, right? But gratefulness can be a state one is in. But joyfulness is more of an act that one expresses. Peacefulness, one cannot just become peaceful, I don't think. I think peacefulness has got to be sort of, it's the joy that takes you into peace. So to me, it seems like there's this very interesting set of mathematical keys that we've got here in front of us. And I think that those mathematical keys, when they've been resolved, we are in a state of peacefulness. And peacefulness, as I see it, is the path of rhythm. Because the rhythm, when the rhythm has been bound into the system, it automatically takes one into a peace. And I can only say it in terms of actuality, because I know that if I'm beating out rhythms on my drum, whichever drum I'm playing, my mind gets to the point where I'm not doing it anymore, but I'm like hearing it. There's such a profound peaceness in the act of beating out a rhythm, where the rhythm becomes so fulfilling that you don't know whether you're making the sounds anymore or not. If that makes sense, it's like this weird abstract kind of turning inward that happens. And so the whole path of rhythm I see as being the rhythm of the path of peacefulness, the path of bringing that gratefulness into the presence of joyfulness through the rhythm, which is peacefulness. But I'm going to stop talking so I don't go around in circles, because this does seem to be a circular journey. And I thought I'd love to open the field to you guys. What is there that we haven't mentioned?
I just
Well,
wanted
I
to.
think.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I was just thinking while you were speaking there, Franklin, that you know, that peacefulness is more of an act or a state of being, and joyfulness is more of a state of being. Those things I think are held through the frequency, however, of happiness. And so, and going kind of back to what you were saying a little earlier, about like being kind of distracted and not feeling pain while you're kind of distracting yourselves, your brain cannot receive messages from your peripheral nervous system of pain and pleasure at the same time. So when you are holding that frequency of happiness and maintaining that state of joyfulness and peacefulness, it makes sense that you would not feel pain, and that those things, until you kind of let your mind go there or kind of drop your guard, then those things will come into your awareness. But also there was something I wanted to say before, and I was busy. I'm sorry. But peacefulness also, I feel, ties into the theme of playfulness, that playfulness energy, which again is achieved through the frequency of happiness. And I think that most things can really come back to, holding that frequency of happiness or holding the frequency of fear, as like we kind of I rather keep going back to, what frequency are you holding, and that is going to determine what state of existence you are in, and it's going to determine what your perception of your state of existence is.
I love that. Yes. It does all seem to come back to perception at the end of the day, and how perception is once again related to, because it's conception and perception. So to conceive and to perceive. And to see is to break things into their smallest parts, right? And to conceive is to take that huge soul and put it into lots of small little pieces of cells, little separate little units, and to start making it form connections of separate different little hormone centers and organs and chakric systems, so that it can reflect the greatness of the whole that it's bringing in the act of
So
conception.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. So I would just want to make sure that I'm comprehending you accurately. So are you saying basically that what you're doing is essentially compartmentalizing these things and kind of like filing them in, so to speak, filing them away?
Yeah, I think that the body is a compartmentalized filing system for the soul.
Yes, very good. Then I'm following you. Thank you. I would just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, so it seems like that's the whole generation is like breaking things into their smaller pieces, and then we have to operate through those little pieces. But when we're like not in the flesh, we're in this cosmic consciousness, broad state where that other epsilon field of resonance, which is an obviously profoundly unified state of being to be in, which is probably why we don't experience it as a normal day-to-day experience often, except in deep states of ecstasy. Was that the Twilight Zone? Yeah, so that's quite interesting. That was an interesting pitch of tune, wasn't it? Interesting sound, harmonic spectrum. But yeah, it does seem like there's this interesting concept here in the way these words fit together. And so perception is once again related to peace, because a piece is just one piece of the fullness of creation. And a perception means a unit of ception. And a conception is the whole construction of the ception. So ception, which is interesting, and sep is the number 7, right? And sept ion. Okay, so now we can break this word down. So sept is 7, and ion is, we know what ion is. It's ionization. But there would be 7 different forms of ionization in the process of ception. And when this the construction of deception of these 7 different layers of ionization comes into being, we have the generation of this form of molecular filing cabinet, if you will, to file the different pieces of the soul. It's a very interesting way of looking at it. I think it's sort of, to me, it seems to make sense in my abstract mindset. I tend to be a bit abstract. Theremin life, yes. It's interesting how this life word and love word come back to itself. I think love is the key to this epsilon field. Ionian, yes, the ionic, and the Rastafaris are always talking about ion. I'm in Africa, so there's a lot of Rastafarianism. And people don't really know that true Rastafarianism has got very little or nothing to do with smoking cannabis. That was something that was popularized. I think that it was by design. Not that cannabis, there's anything wrong with cannabis, other than, I mean, it's bad for your lungs. It's bad for your gut if you eat it. It's bad for your sense of smell if you smoke it. And I think it causes your nutritional system to stop taking what it requires for the endocannabinoid system to be fully functional. In other words, sort of like if you give your body fake vitamins, it will stop taking iron up from the food, because it'll be like, well, I don't need the iron from the food. I'm getting the iron in my tablet, so don't need that. I'll take it from here. Thank you. It's easier. And so it makes the body lazy. So I think that getting your cannabinoids from the cannabis might make that facilitation of extracting the cannabinoids from the various different elements a bit weaker. And then obviously your body gets all the cannabinoids it needs from your cannabis. So it's obviously, if someone's nutritionally challenged, cannabis might be a good idea, because it does support the endocannabinoid system for stress. Nothing works as well as cannabis, as far as I'm concerned, even though I'm not smoking it. But when I was stressed, I was smoking it, you know. So it's the deconditioning facilitator of the consciousness field, as far as I'm concerned. And it's interesting how we condition ourselves and form conditional layers of thinking, and then we will enjoy cannabis, and all those conditioning layers will just fall to pieces, and we'll be like an airhead, like knowing nothing again. Yeah. Isn't that right, brother? Like, you know a lot, and then you have a spliff, and you know nothing. Because whatever you thought you knew, you forgot it. But it's okay, because in the act of knowing nothing, you become quite peaceful. Isn't that interesting how the less you're knowing, the more peaceful you become?
That is interesting.
I think that just makes so much sense because I mean our lives are so made to be so complicated, and I think somebody maybe brought up, I don't remember if it was today or a different day this week, um, that these false ideals and the American dream and the pressure that we have kind of found ourselves under to be a certain way, and that provide ultimately this uh, fear of lack, right? And um, when it comes, I'm sorry, I totally lost my train of thought. What were
That
you? What was I saying?
I
Somebody
can
tell me
tell you
what I
what
was
you were
saying.
saying. I can tell you what you were saying. That we've been conditioned into living into this with this fear of not having enough.
Yes, but what did you say before that, my dear? I'm so sorry.
Okay. Um, Let me go back. It's an interesting question to force us to go back in our trail of thinking. I was getting at how the less we know,
Oh yes,
the more peaceful we are.
yes. Well, yes, and that is basically it because our lives are so complicated by this sense of lack and these ways that we have been conditioned. Where if we turn all of that nonsense off and just be as we are meant to be naturally in our minds and in general in our lives, then we do find peace because we're not constantly bombarding ourselves with this sense of lack and this false idea that we need to do this and we have to be this and we have to be responsible for everybody and we have to own all of these things. And when you realize that that's all bullshit, it does bring you peace, doesn't it? To not have to worry about all of these like fake things. Sorry about the confusion before. It's been a day. I'm paying attention to every single one of you and my children at the same time. So
No
Uh,
worries. No worries, Nick. I'm
And
sorry,
they
go
say,
ahead.
and they say that when you speak your mind, you don't have to think. And when you speak the truth, you don't have to remember. And so when you live in the truth and authenticity, you don't have to have too many thoughts there. You're just being yourself and being real and showing your substance. And if you can act how you feel and speak and think how you feel and have those things in alignment, then you're in the golden place. That's where everyone should strive to be. But, of course, we learn to hide certain things about ourselves and we cage them up. And so it's hard to be able to be our fully ourselves. That's part of what's being an adult is playing a role. But some people, they still a child at heart. And oftentimes the starving artist that really doesn't see the need for material dependence and reliance and can get joy from the simple things in life. And it usually comes with a creative spirit.
yeah, I agree. I one of the things that I took home with me from my last trip to Hawaii was um, very much aligned with this whole thing because driving around this beautiful, gorgeous paradise that people are like, I could never afford to live there. It's so expensive. And meanwhile, you go to the most gorgeous, stunningly beautiful gift from creation herself, these beaches, these beautiful landscapes, and you see whole families that to other standards would be considered to be living like less than, out of tents and living on the beach. But I pass these people and I'm like, who has it wrong? Because they're really living wholesome, authentic lives. You see families like literally going fishing for their dinner and being together and this sense of community among these people. And it really makes you think. It really does put things into perspective for you. Like it, I grew up, with this conditioning of like life has to look a certain way, and to see that that's not true is very humbling. And um, and I've also I also have gone through periods of my life where I absolutely was without, and I did live on the beach for a little while, and it really does put things into perspective and filter out all of the false things and all of this fake nonsense. And peace is achievable actually quite easily when you're willing to let go of like the bonds that hold you back from it.
Kalal, brother, you were going to say something. Was it about being a child?
In a manner of speaking, it kind of was. When we go back to our childhood, we can essentially find not so much the missing pieces, but more of the forgotten pieces. And you can see how you were always you, the entirety of the span of existence. One of my favorite books is The Science of Love by John Baines. He goes through love in the heart in a way that really makes it easy. You to identify what you are. I would begin with the journey of identifying what you aren't. Right. So, what does that look like through the lens of love and the heart? Corrupt love will look like ignorance, narcissism, jealousy, vampirism, the Oedipus complex, the Electra complex, the Diana complex, symbiosis relationships, daydream phantoms, sadomasochism, compulsive searching for sex and physical relief, artificial obligation, lonely, anxiety feelings, objectifying someone as a sexual object, hysteria, being frigid and impotent, right? This is what the absence of knowledge of your own first cuts will look like, right? So one of my favorite video games of all time is a game called Mega Man from Capcom. And interestingly enough, Mega Man was created by two scientists who had an argument, Dr. Light and Dr. Wily. Right, so that they had a split. Dr. Wily creates all these evil robots, right? But the interesting thing is he builds them with the same technology that you are made of, right? Why is this important? Because when it comes to Mega Man, every game you had to figure out what the series was. You had to figure out what the order was to beat these bosses so that you could use the weapons that you would assimilate in victory against the next boss. So in other words, every emotional lesson you learn from using and experiencing your heart, the better and the stronger its resonance is supposed to get. But we live in a world of static. We live in a world of trauma. We live in a world of constant and instant gratification. And to bring yourself at peace, it's like a friend of mine, shout out to Clico, a friend of mine told me about, the being how life is. We have that term, a New York minute, right? Because so much can happen in New York, and it's been the span of a minute, right? So grand, so big, so wide, so filled with so many different kinds of frequencies. If you could meditate on the subway, and I'm not talking about the current subways that they have today. I mean, like the old school 80s, 70s, 60s subways. If you can meditate on one of those impossibly noisy things, this is an idea or an example of what we're ultimately talking about here, because regardless of what's going on around you, to be able to center yourself without having your feet on the earth, to be able to center yourself without having the resources you may think you deserve or need or want, without having the reception you think you deserve. Can you still be who you are at your apex? And this is where perspective again is seen through the best lens of the heart.
Are you talking about a busy subway with like people in there, or it's a train where you're alone in the train? Which one?
Either or. A lot of the subways today are very shockproof. The subways of New York used to be very heavy laden with bumps and shocks and echoes and things of that nature.
True.
Being able to ground yourself in a noisy environment, right?
There's something powerful to what you're saying there. People used to think I was crazy because I remember, I think I was crazy. Did somebody just arrive back? I'm just checking if Petra's arrived because I think she might have had to go and be mommy. Yeah, I used to sit and meditate by busy roads. And I've sat meditating on an island between two roads where you're a little bit up, right? So that you don't have to breathe in too much of the stuff, if that makes sense. Just to try and grasp what you're talking about. And it's quite an incredible sensation to unhinge in those kind of places. Like you say, you actually have more, there's more energy, there's more going on. And it's funny that you mentioned the subway, because I've always thought of roads and cars as being electrically generated lines. It's almost like we're, excuse me, it's almost like we're creating fake ley lines. I don't know if that makes sense. And so you've got these metal rails with these metal grinding against metal, creating like powerful electrical discharge, and the movement on these lines with a lot of, displacing energy that's creating an ionic effect. And with cars, you've got the rubber against the tar, creating that static effect of pressure and movement. There's Petra. Well, thank you so much for being with us, dear. God bless you. Yeah, this New York minute. I've only heard about it, but you guys are giving me a perspective about it because I've never really contemplated it too much. I always thought it just meant like a New York minute. It's like there's a lot. It's a busy minute. Like you got to get a lot done in a New York minute because time is money, But it's an interesting. I like the way I like your perspective of it. It seems much more holistic.
What is the New York Minute? Is it like the world flashes before your eyes in a minute? It's time, or what is it? Do you know?
What is with New York and the Big Apple? So we've got this New York Minute, and we've got the Big Apple, and obviously the apple is like there's something being told here, and it's York. So I actually, even though I lived in England, I don't really know what the word York means, which is interesting. York. I know that to York is to lie. York. To York is to lie. And York, to lie, comes from the word, has relations with the word yog. Yog. So you speak about yoga, but if you go into India, it should be yoga. 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 It's an almost silent A if it's properly pronounced, classically. So there's a connection with to yoke something, which is to control it. And in from Dutch lineages and Germanic lineages, to yoke is to lie. And so like you could think of control as being the ultimate delusion, that you can actually be in control of anything. Because the whole idea of control is essentially a delusion. We are merely making choices. And those choices have consequences. And that makes it seem like we're in control. But the idea of control is maybe a little bit of a fallacy, a lie in a sense. Because yes, free will exists, but free will is an extension of your emotional field. And as free as our will is, our emotions are going to tell us what choices to make, whether we like it or not, somehow. So it's an interesting concept, this New York, the new lie, the new yoke that controls the planet through the principles of trade, which is giving the money, the moon, moon sugar, whatever you want to call it, it's power through the New York Trade Index. And it does relate to the lie that is controlling us, that we all have to accept the lie as being truth, this financial system. And there's a lot of interesting parallels there when we look at New York. And then the Big Apple, obviously the apple represents, on some metaphorical level, the fall. So New York could be the big lie that creates the next fall. And maybe that's the plan of our, 1% bosses, if I can call them that. I know that's a bit of tinfoil hat stuff. I'd love to hear your take on that. I bet Ronan would have something to say about it if he wasn't doing yard work.
Well, a New York minute is like, we've all heard the term 15 minutes of fame. So a New York minute is like, it's supposed to be a 15 minutes of fame condensed, because so much is happening in New York. That's about the amount of time you're really going to get, right? So if you think about that in terms of where we are now, in terms of consciousness, or the masses, why conversations like this are becoming more and more popular is because there's so much going on, and you're able to notice more in less time. We're able to do more, and this is why attention is so pivotal. And there's this never-ending war for your attention, right? So, being able to control where your mind goes, being able to entertain the thing as opposed to just fully being assimilated by it has become a superpower.
Superpower. I like that. Yeah, I suppose that is really what it is, because as above, so below. So the on the planet, the superpowers of the 1% is the trade center that they've created that controls all the trade, so that they can control the flow of financial energy. And by controlling the flow of financial energy, they can dictate the value of things. And by dictating the value of things, they can dictate the value of financial energy, which is relative based upon fiat. And fiat, so phi et. So phi is a continuity of growth and expansion, the cycle of the expansiveness of Dios, if you will. And et is the beginning and the ending, the confinement of Saturn's influence of time. So fiat is Jupiter's endless expansive cycles being contracted into the restrictive, definitive cycles of time's law, if you want to consider what the word fiat actually means. And so they've given us some clever idea, which is Zeus, the father, the god, binding Saturn to the underworld, which I think is an interesting concept. And so the fiat currency is a current that takes you on a journey to the underworld. But it's also, it's a lie. So there's something quite interesting in the way these people have thought up their words and the names of these structures that they use in order to control the trade system that is rooted in New York, and why New York minute is so important, because a lot what happens in 1 minute in New York is going to play out for 15 minutes around the world. Maybe that's the symbolism behind it, sort of to make us recognize that the superpower that they have is New York. So I think we've gotten to the point where we're sort of wrapping things up. If there's anything you guys want to specifically add and say, now is your chance. Now is the time to put whatever on the table isn't on the table, and stick whatever to the roof needs to stick to the roof in this crazy adventure of pasta making. Ribbons of thought. Any thought ribbons?
I don't know how much we got to say about gratitude, but I like to say that the attitude of gratitude will raise your platitude. And a powerful force in my life. When you're grateful and you're thinking of things that you're grateful for, you may be starting to receive more things to be grateful for. And vice versa. If you're thinking of things that irk you, you might get more of those things. So switching your frame of mind sometimes can help. They say if you think 3 good thoughts to counter a bad thought, it can help shift your mood. Gratitude's a powerful thing. Maybe we can touch on that in another show a little more.
There's nothing more powerful than being grateful. So what am I seeing when I see the word grateful? I see a great fool, right? Being a fool. So we're looking at the tarot now. A great fool is that fool that is at the beginning and the ending, the alpha and the omega of time's extension. So the moon, as ruling this Muladhara center, the lower center, in order to rule the magnetic currents through the oceans and the generation of Hermes' 7th principle being brought into actualization to form the molecules through which the different systems can operate, is interesting, because on the other side of that word, to grate something is to break it into smaller pieces. And so to grate things into their smallest pieces and to fill up the universe with the smallest pieces that you can grate the great fool into. So you start off with one great fool that gets grated into lots of small little great pieces, grated pieces that cause the universe to become full. There's almost a double entendre in the two ways that this word can be sort of associated. And it's quite interesting because I think that it's speaking about generation in the way that the generation is a reflection of the spiritual and the spiritual is a reflection of the generation. So it's connecting it to the heart principle, which I see as being acceptance. And let's not forget that axe is also in the word acceptance. And so what does an axe symbolize? An axe symbolizes life and death on a certain level, doesn't it? To be axed, to be accentuated. So to be in the state of what the axe symbolizes, I think the axe is probably one of the first weapons that was created when we didn't have a lot of metal, right? Before we could make swords, we had to make axes. And so it's like a very old weapon, like the Native Americans, they still got the tomahawk, don't they? Is that what it's called, the tomahawk?
Yep, tomahawk. Tomahawk. Yes, sir. And the word axe is an old word that comes from the Euskara, from the Basque language. That's from 10,000 years ago. And it comes from the word axial.
Do you know more about that word?
Basque is a very interesting language. The Euskara, or Basque language of the Euskara people, is a language isolate, and so they can't connect it with other languages. But they have found a connection with Armenian and possibly might be connected with the Linear A, Linear B, and the Tenerife languages, Amazigh, of the Berber people. They're ancient.
Well, that is fascinating.
They stole their alphabet, though. They had a pictographic language and an alphabetic language, like Linear A. And then they just gave them the Latin alphabet. But their older language looks a lot like Linear B. It kind of had a lot of trident kind of looking symbols and such.
Do you know how many characters the alphabet had, just out of curiosity?
Yeah. I think it was 24.
So I was thinking the Ogham ruins when you started speaking. My gut was talking to me about the Ogham. And I think the Ogham were originally 24. In other words, the 12 zodiac had the polarities of them, right?
Yeah.
And so that's quite interesting.
Definitely.
Because
those will go back to just as far. And the runes and the Ogham seem similar as well. The runes and the Oghams are way older than people say. They've been trying to cover up all of these older languages when impose the languages that come from Mesopotamia and the Mediterranean and such. And we're westernizing the world. They're trying to take away all of the older alphabets and older cultures and mythologies and polytheistic religions and such, trying to bring them all down. But there's some real beauty in all that stuff, and it kind of shows that we're all one. That's our roots, you know. It shows that we all go back. And now people have lost their roots. You know, we used to have ways to grow food and medicine for ourselves and cook our food, our ethnic foods. And we've lost our ways to cook our ethnic foods, and we've come away from health sometimes because of it. Modern foods and diets, but we can always go back to those things. You know, that's the golden age of information. We can go back to our roots and learn so much right now and teach ourselves, because we're finding out that the old ways were more important than we thought. Like, I'm Italian, and my grandmother was taking off the skins and the seeds out of tomatoes when she was cooking. You know, there was a good reason for that. They didn't know the science of it then, but we found out now that there's a lot of lectins in the seeds and the skin that are dangerous to the gut. So for good gut health, in the old ways, that's how they would do it. And we're losing a lot of that stuff now. But I'm learning it myself, and I'm trying to share that kind of stuff with folks, you know, just as an example. And you can look up, you know, what's your roots, and maybe you could find a way. Bring back some of that old style cooking, some music, or whatever it is.
Nothing says love like home cooking. You know what I mean? I would like to think we are definitely, no matter where we are or what we believe or follow, it is the season for eating with those that you love. I want to say thank you, Indy, for always having not just the spiritual insight, but the scholarship to back it up. That is sorely lacking. I greatly, greatly appreciate your wisdom. I want to say thank you to Quinty for some amazing, amazing shares today. I hope to hear much, much more of that. I want to say thank you to Ronan. I did not know, you know, you could sing like that. I had this incredible flashback to Step Brothers. I think I'm going to have to watch that tonight. I hope we get to hear more of those tones and awesome shares. Thank you so much, brother. Soraya, thank you for coming. Always wonderful to see you. Ramon, I hope you are enjoying your reflection and enjoying your time here in the States still. Petri, it has been an absolute honor. I so hope to hear more from you. I look forward to your coming collaboration with Moonfeather and Ramon, perhaps, I believe. That we can't get enough of that. Moonfeather, all love to you. Thank you so much for coming through and just dropping a Phoenix bomb that is still resonating, still sinking. It's never ending. Franklin, all love, peace, and power to you, brother. This space is magnificent. My only wish is that more people, perhaps in posterity, can come across this and glean wisdom and make their own journey inward that much more golden breadcrumb laden, if that's even a thing. Love, peace, and power to everybody. Thank you.
Love, peace, and power. Thank you. So great to have you with us, Khalil. Always a pleasure. And it's so good to have your scholarship and your wisdom as well. And yeah, all of the books that you mentioned are fabulous. I strive to read more. You're an inspiration.
And I can't thank all of you enough. I mean, obviously, Indy and Carlisle and Ronan, the yard work master. I would have loved to have heard more of Ronan. And he's right about Ronan cranking out some song. It's good to hear him cranking it out. I think he'd have a lovely bass baritone voice if he used it more. Maybe he does use it when we're not around, like in the shower. He's like a secret singer, you know. We should get a mic crank in there when he's in that shower and get it out there, crank it out. And Soraya, dear, we haven't heard much of you yet today. I understand you were very busy earlier. I hope all's good at your home. I hope all's fine and well. You told me that there was some somebody making a bit of stress for your family. Well, let us all send out love to your family and love to you and big out no to whoever's trying to put stress on you. They better take that stress back home with them. And
It'll be okay. I did my thing, so for extra protection, so that's okay. Those demons can't get to us.
well, I'm happy to hear that. And Indie brother, oh, that's so cute, man. How did you make that happen? That's so cute. Made the hearts pop out. And Indie brother, of course, you're beautiful so much. Your heart, your scholarship. The same for Carlisle. And Ronan too. Ronan's out their mind, you know. I do love his take on things. It's always a convoluted, different way of looking at things, which always reveals something in the keyhole that wasn't obvious. It's a fresh look. I think that's what it is. And of course, Petra, and I think Petra's name is pronounced Petra. I think.
She pronounces it herself that way. She always says Petra.
Yes. So just so everybody knows, I think. I mean, my words could be coming out slightly convoluted, but something along those lines. Obviously, amazing, wonderful drops to bring us back to the birthing process, which is probably at the heart of all spiritual growth. All spirituality is really it's about life, love, growth, babies. I mean, you can't talk about it without talking about a baby. In fact, you can't speak about much without talking about babies. Freud would say that it's the most fundamental thing going on in our heads is sex, and that's because we want to make babies deep down. So it's the most powerful drive in nature. It's the most powerful thing that there is. So big up for bringing that onto our table, and Ramar with your beautiful eye-opening way of looking at things. Always welcome. And of course, you know, Quinty was lovely. I love Quinty. I always love the music that Quinty's listening to while he's doing his thing. He brings that whole little dinner jazz vibe, but he's got some good taste in dinner jazz. Dinner jazz is a touch and go thing, but when you get it right, my boy, do you get it right? And yeah, it's a pity we didn't have the edifice with us here. The third eye edifice is in the Big Apple, I believe. And thank you guys in the chat as well, all of you, bringing your wonderful ideas, wisdom, questions, perspective, feeling, heart into the zone of the conversation. And more than that, I can just say thank you to everybody for being a part of this, both the audience and the speakers. And Soraya, is there something you wanted to add? Is there anything anybody else wants to add before we call it?
Just sing as much as you can. That's what I do. It lifts your spirit up if you feel shitty. And who cares if you sing out of tune? Right?
In the spirit of Kurt Cobain, I think it's rather fundamental. That's what made Nirvana so bloody brilliant, was that he was just singing. He didn't give a damn.
Exactly. But he could sing normally too. He didn't just scream in the mic.
No, that there's something in this. And I agree with you. I've always been someone that's always sang my whole life. I used to like sing all the time. I'd be walking in the street singing, and people would like look at me, give me a look when they walk past me in the street. Who's this guy
I
walking
still
around
do that.
singing?
If I have my music on, I just sing, and sometimes people just stare. Huh? Why
I
is she so happy?
I've noticed
That's what
Joshua
they're
does a
looking
lot
at
of humming.
me. Humming, that's also very good.
My son hums all the time, and lately he started singing the Oros song, which is really winding me up. Because I keep telling him that Oros, to me, Oros may as well be made out of pee and toilet water and all of that rubbish. Because he's seen these Oros adverts, and you know Oros, I'm sure you get it where you are. It's like the worst of the worst of the worst, sugary, toxic, fake drink that you could ever give to a child. It's like saying, rot your brain, my boy.
Exactly. But they like it.
No, well, I've gotten him to realize that, like, you know, or if you want to be weak and stupid, drink Oros. If you want to be strong and clever, drink juice. So I'll rather give him juice. You know, today I had him on the cranberry juice. So,
Oh, that's a good
but
thing.
yeah, sorry.
That's a good thing, cranberry juice.
Yeah, it's very good for UTIs. It's the best thing for any UTI ever. I thought he had a bit of a UTI because he was peeing this morning. He must have stopped to pee about 15 times on the mountain. I was like, seriously, dude? Like, is it sore? He was like, no, it's not sore. But he was just peeing every like 50 meters, every like 100 meters he went to pee. I was like, seriously? This is getting a bit much. Like we actually have to get up the mountain and get down before the sun gets up because we don't want to be
The pee spree instead of the shopping spree.
that sounds awesome. Take a little trip.
Yeah.
A bit of music in the woods is quite
It's
cool.
always good.
Isn't it interesting the way music travels through woods? That's something to behold. Like you can go into the woods and it depends on where you sit and which direction you're facing and which trees will give you a different kind of music. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah.
Like you walk a little that direction and sit in that little copse of trees and it'll filter out some of the sounds. And so like it's like a filtration system for music, the woods. It's fascinating. I've always found it interesting.
In China, they say that speech came from the sound of the trees, or singing, maybe music or the song came from the sound of the whistling of the trees. Other cultures say from the whale song or from the birds.
Okay.
That is interesting. So does anybody else have anything to say? And I take it that Ronan isn't with us at the moment. Maybe he's in the yard doing his yard thing. But so much love to you, brother. And so much love to all of you. Big blessings. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all in the chat. It's 6 hours and 7 minutes. I think that's about like a normal show.
What is normal? Normal's quite relative.
Our average is 6 hours. It's ridiculous.
Well, more the ones that like abnormal.
Big blessings to you all. Those of you that are catching the rerun here, have an absolutely gorgeous day. Check my channel for all of the channels. Soraya isn't YouTubing. She is on Telegram. What is the exact address of your poetry channel? The @ sign, Soraya?
It's Infinite Words of Love.
Is it @ Infinite Words of Love?
Yes.
So you just go into Telegram and you put the @ sign Infinite Words of Love, one sentence, and it will
Yeah,
pop
and
up.
otherwise the, the HTTPS. // and then me
Yeah.
t.me, and then the name of the channel.
If you're on the internet, on a Google, whatever, that's how you would find it. But if you're in Telegram, you just can put the @sign on
Yes,
the front of it. It will just pop up the
exactly.
page. You'll find a lot of inspiration there, a lot of happy, joyful, loving vibrations. And Soraya does a lot of really, you can't really call them memes, but they are memes, whatever, memes,
Memes.
but they're long. They're like proper ones. They're not like those short ones. They're like, something to read. It's a bit of a read. It's more like an article, actually, I think. Because memes are
Yeah,
often very short, aren't they?
yeah. I do make those images myself. That what with texts in it, positive messages. That's how I call them.
Memes.
Well, memes are more funny to me and sarcastic. I do have them, but I don't make memes.
Oh, okay.
I find them and then I share them if I find them too funny. But if it's like an image and you'll see it has my name in it, then I made it myself.
Yeah, some lovely poetry in your particular ones, I've noticed. And we've added all the channels to my channel. So we've got now Petra hasn't got a YouTube channel as of yet that she's running, but she works with Third Eye Edifice, and all those channels. I better go and check that Third Eye Edifice is one of my recommended channels. But Third Eye Edifice is you just put that into the search bar, you'll find Third Eye Edifice. I do believe that Petra is using other platforms to do her podcasts. I should have actually got her link before. I'm actually going to go and put links onto on the bottom here. There's a link tree. I'm going to make a point of putting some of Petra's links into that as well, if I haven't already. I've been a bit slack with that. But sending all of you so much love, blessings of peace, blessings of joy, and have an absolutely awesome, awesome day. Thank you for that, Cherry and Narako. And take a lot. I mean, take a little. You can see it's late. I'm calling you take a lot. The back of my mind, I'm thinking I've got to buy more tahina.
Take a lot of rest for the rest of the day. You can see it as that as well.
Well, have an absolutely gorgeous day, everybody. Om Shanti. Shanti Mahesh Mahendra Jai. Guru Deva Lakabam Shankar. And don't forget to smile, because life is so damn short, and smiling is probably the fastest way to generating gratefulness, joyfulness, peacefulness, acceptance, compassion, and love, which is an expression of the unity.
Blessed be.
Bye, everyone.
Vasudevaya. Big love to all of you, and till next week, take care.